Okay.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. It's been a long couple of weeks for some of us, and I hope you all enjoyed the joys and laughs of a holiday with family from blood to adopted. This is Rough Rolling, and I'm Gray, your game master, and we're glad to have you back for another episode of Wheel of Torture.
Oh gosh.
Woo!
We're back to our usual style of session after one short one where we were down a player and a couple weeks where we had to be off for scheduling reasons, basically. But can't necessarily
The
say we're
people
getting back.
responsible were appropriately apprehended and dealt with.
Yes.
Tube sock,
We-
large bar of soap. You get it.
We'd like to introduce
A
you
moose.
to Joel 2.0. We made an android of him, uploaded his consciousness to it after he died.
you did?
And no, we didn't.
No,
And
it was the
made
skin
sure that he
changer
was
we
improved.
adopted.
But I can't
Oh,
say
shit.
that we're getting right back into our usual bit of play, since we'll be starting off slightly different. But before that, let's have a look back at what happened last time for the player who was not here. Perhaps covering maybe a little bit of the session before that, since, yeah.
So it wasn't super busy. I
No.
believe everything started off with a dream sequence featuring Birch and some strange four-armed creatures, I believe.
Yeah.
Birch may,
Like
I assume
robots.
yeah. What was the general gist of that, if you remember?
That was the one thing that I was trying to recall. So it was essentially the guy's memory in a bar of a time that his brother told him that he was going to be sent off to basically the other ass end of the universe, and apparently had me in that role, and it went better than it did for real. So there was a little bit of information out of that, but not anything necessarily like point blank linking it to us, other than the fact that the stuff that they are made out of, or their bodies are made out of, I should say, because they're apparently like some sort of artificial construct type thing, it's probably the unworked ion, just because it looks, that similar, and it's also the source of where the memory was coming from. We were able to get about that much out of it. I think we tried to do some more research on that material and something else. It was like one of, I think, like the history of some section of the world or another.
So we did get the books out of the gauntlet. That might be
Mhm.
what you're thinking of.
Got a huge collection of them too. A lot to
Yes.
read through.
Mhm.
Which I do plan on skimming through those eventually.
Right, we never posted those to Twitter, did we?
No, I guess I didn't.
No.
You didn't? No, I definitely didn't. I can post that later. It's just a Google Docs sheet.
Yeah, it's been a busy couple weeks, so
Hmm.
The holidays don't really help with a lot of that.
yeah.
And
But we're here.
also, the Fenrir's Bite has basically
Yep.
had its evolution.
It grew a bit, became sentient in a more direct way, and now can be talked to directly. A little bit stronger in addition to just growing, and got a few new interesting abilities that are available now that will come up as they come up.
I'm interested to see them in action.
As we already saw a bit with the detection of evil, but there is a little bit more on top of that. So we'll see how that goes.
All right, yeah, more or less covers it. So fantastic. Well, like I said, we'll be starting off a little bit differently. So before we learn what Girugamesh did that morning and what the party will be doing the rest of this day, which I think will amount primarily to going into the arena to fight things.
Mhm.
If I remember things correctly. So
Finally, some combat. It's been a while.
I know it has been. We'll be taking a look elsewhere. Not far away from Innsbruck, where the gay crashers are beginning to stir from a night of rough dreams or a rude morning awakening. Because several miles outside of the city, in a place where only a few days ago a catfolk filled with bloodlust and afflicted with tunnel vision found himself transported, if but for a brief moment, somewhere far away. The dawn comes. Birds tentatively, commence their daybreak serenades as the darkness slowly recedes and small animals move about the underbrush. Distantly, the voices of men can be heard as they greet one another, and another day of toil in the hopes of enjoying a night of revelry, carried aloft on the slight winds that will cool the tournament later this summer afternoon, though none of them will be straying too close to here. Perhaps it's a good thing, as a figure emerges into the clearing, from where no one could tell even if they were watching. Where two exposed boulders meet in an awkward angle, where a large summer oak, long felled by the ravages of nature, meets the ground. If you were so unlucky to be watching, you'd swear it stepped from the very wall itself, and it is the operative word here. For what it is quadrupedal, a mass of rippling, revolting flesh standing chest-high to a man, a nightmare given shape and form, and the spark of macabre life. Spines protrude from its hairless skin along its back ridge, and liquid pools out of its horrific maw, filled within by row after row of needle-like teeth, as dense as a thresher shark's. Pentacle-like protrusions curl about it independently, extending from its figure from a natural place as a mockery of its long serpent-like tail, but without these spines running down its crown. And it moves with a ghastly grace toward the slight burn in the soil where once a very large portal was open. It lowers its seemingly eyeless head towards the ground and studies it, a long tongue exiting to taste the air like a serpent from an old druidic tale, a scratch, a hiss, like the last puff of air driven from a hanged man's lungs, is all that heralds the arrival of another that lopes from across the way. The first hisses and snarls at the second, who is unimpressed, a hostile greeting swiftly forgotten. Another sample of the fine bouquet of scents which linger in the area, and then it turns its head skyward, mouth parting into 4 segments, and commences a gruff, bellowing, lamenting howl. The second joins in, and for half a minute the howl echoes across the forest. Birds and small animals fall to the floor with a thud, dead before they ever tipped over the side of their branch. Larger animals run, some succumbing to the call of the creatures, others a little bit luckier. As the howl passes, a rough, harsh, unwelcoming language is shared, and then both walk past the other, speeding to a gallop as they rush towards places where nothing solid should permeate. But as they reach the terminus, they are gone, accompanied by another hiss and a thump. All around the forest is dead, silent, and deathly still. The morning light slowly moves across the grass, and where the creature walked, their paw prints waft up a thin, gray smoke. So, I see Birch has brought his own to the table.
Yeah.
I was like, it's
I'll say there it is.
right here.
That's all. Yeah, because, that's kittens for you. Just, gotta include themselves in everything.
She just likes to be up where I can reach her easily for pets.
So, it's
Horrifying.
pretty early this day, and it's the same day, so the rest of you are either waking up or perhaps you're dealing with the things that have happened to you that morning. Girugamesh, what are you doing while the others are doing whatever the fuck it is they're doing?
Is this...
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that whole... Was that somebody's dream?
No.
That was just some exposition we got.
Just put it out of your
Yeah.
mind.
That
Okay.
is
Don't worry
something
about it.
That happened somewhere else that your characters have no idea about.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was like listening in, like, oh, whose dream is this?
So, is this...
And then we skip past it. I'm like, what?
Is this what I'm doing? What when the party was doing stuff?
Yeah.
Last session. Okay.
Yep.
First, I would like to say I'd like to go to the library, but I'm going to check my inventory real quickly to see if I have anything I can craft in the morning time.
I believe you also have somebody to speak with regarding some questions that you had posed a few sessions back. Something you were interested in.
Oh, you know what?
No, I don't know what.
I don't know what either. I'm trying to look at
The animal mask.
Yeah, I know that. I gotta go speak with not seek for Ash, but the Black. I don't remember the guy's first name. The wizard named Black.
Reese Black.
Reese Black. There it is.
You had spoken with the owner of the Imperial Horses stables in order to basically figure out what he knew, and he told you that he knew somebody who might be able to help you, but needed some time in order to, send a message.
Right. I don't know what happened to that page of notes. Right. The half-elf who I spoke to over at the stable said, I guess I'll go, pay him a visit outside the city walls.
Okay. Love having so many notes. Ewan Longman was the name of the man who owns the Imperial Horses.
That's what it is. Yep, I found it. I wrote it in a very strange section.
You're able to get yourself up, you get out. It's a little busy. You probably only pass by maybe one or two of the other party in the main room, and they're basically eating breakfast. Kind of what you would have been doing at this time anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And you exit out into a rather fresh, a little bit humid day. It's gonna be a long one for you, you definitely think, considering you're going to be spending the lion's share of the afternoon in the arena. But you have a little bit of skin in that game regardless, because you donated a set of laurels to crown the victor.
Which is going to be us, obviously.
The city is not busy. It's 8 o'clock. Businesses are opening. It's still a weekday, but too early for it to really get underway. And you're able to get through the city in like 15 minutes. The stables is just barely open.
It's always a weekday, never a strong day.
Yeah. Shame that. And you're able to go through the door into the barn, which is through that's where you met Ewan the last time. And you see him standing inside, like basically moving hay bales and doing some mucking out of the stalls for the morning. He doesn't really notice you. He's, well, knee-deep in shit isn't terrible of a description, considering. I don't know if anybody here has grown up or been on a horse farm before.
I had a horse farm, but my grandparents owned horses.
I'm from Kentucky.
And,
Horses are dirty and stupid. Someone
Yeah.
who grew up on a horse farm, horses are, and weirdly fragile.
Yes.
Ewan, my man.
He is, by the way, clothed this time. Like, he has a shirt over. It's thin fitting and obviously meant to keep him cool. But he's like halfway through shoveling and kind of looks up and he's like, "Oh yeah, you, right?
It's Girugamesh.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah. You're the one that asked me about the person I knew, right?
The Druidess.
Yeah. So, and he kind of like turns and like sticks the shovel, the spade down into like a pile of night soil, and turns towards you, like putting his arm up onto the edge, and says, "So I like sent a message out, and she says that she'll meet you, but like she's gonna be the one that judges. I don't know what that means, but."
I feel like I hold up very well under scrutiny, so I don't mind any sort of judging that'll take place.
Okay, should I tell her, like, when you're gonna go out, or?
I could go and tell her and, schedule a time on your behalf, or you'd be doing it on my behalf. It's really no trouble to me to go out and do it.
Okay, I mean, you didn't really give me, like, an idea as to, like, what I was supposed to do other than agreeing that she would meet you. You did say something about heading out into the woods and making for a fork in, like, a stream, like, northwest of here. Maybe that's, like, where she's gonna meet you?
A stream northwest of here?
Yeah, once you find, like, you'll end up running into the stream bank long before you ever get to the fork, man. All you have to do is
Alright.
follow that north and west, and eventually it'll fork, and... I know, there's a pretty big tree that sits right in the middle that we would, like, swing off and jump into the water as a kid. Yeah?
So you've known this person since you were a kid?
Well, not necessarily. I've been aware of her. Did a lot of hunting and, like, foraging in her forest, and, like, if you want to do anything out there, man, you either get her permission or you come back with fewer fingers than you went out with.
So how many fingers does it take to get the mask? Is that their currency?
No, I'm just saying that she'll fuck you up if you try and screw her over.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think she has to worry about that.
Oh, righteous. So, I can probably send her, like, a quick message via, my familiar bird real quick. Then she'll kind of know that you'll eventually be going out there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'll work.
All right. Do you have an idea, or should I just say generally in the future?
Can we say now?
Well, I'm sure my bird will get there faster than you will. You could risk it if you want.
I mean, how long a walk is it to the fork?
Maybe like 45 minutes.
I don't know. How long do you think she needs to get there? Could you just time it accordingly if I leave now?
Well, that's the whole thing, man. I don't know exactly where she lives. Most of the animals know where to go to find her, but, like, I've never seen where she lives.
Well, I'll go now, and if I have to wait for her, I will.
Fair enough, bro. I'll tell her. And he, like, calls over, like, whistling, and a cardinal, like, jumps over, like, from the eave in the barn, and he just turns and starts talking to it in a language you don't understand, and he's like, "All right, go on," and just, like, throws the bird out, and it flutters off with a tweet and vanishes into the daylight sun. After that, he, bids you farewell and goes back to shoveling shit.
An honest day's work.
I guess that's one way to put it.
Yeah. Well, before I go to this stream, does anyone have anything they'd like to do?
No.
Floor's all yours.
All right.
I was gonna ask if I could swap out one of my prepared spells.
Oh,
That's
you
all.
can do that. No, you don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, thank you.
I was actually going to ask if I could do a 3-hour-long roleplay session with a stripper.
No.
No,
I mean, as long as it's between you and yourself.
yeah.
You have to remember, no touching. It's not allowed.
Ah, shit, you're right.
Can't touch the stripper.
You can touch the audience, though.
That's right.
Right here.
1 in a million.
I
girls.
technically have
Unless
to
they
get
say
that
it's
wizard.
not cool.
I have to get that wizard guy to make me more magic stuff, but that's it.
Yeah, that's no problem. We can handle that. That's like bookkeeping afterwards.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, I'm gonna head northwest to the stream.
all right. So you head out of the city, following the same road down for a little while longer. You're able to cut over to the northern road and then keep going into the forest. It's pretty easy. You're able to find like trails where it's obvious that like huntsmen or woodsmen go out like use like daily to go out. However, after about half an hour, a lot of those kind of stop. You're able to find places where animals have cut little paths, like goat paths, going deeper into the forest, and then finally you hit the stream. It's not super big. It's maybe like 8 feet across and maybe up to your waist deep.
Can I roll perception or survival? I want to see if I can locate an animal.
Okay.
Would it be
That'd be
perception?
survival.
Survival. Okay.
Okay. Now, what are you looking for necessarily?
Any sort of animal.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, there's decent amount of, like, wildlife around. Mostly the smaller variety. You think you've heard, like, mule deer and elk and things like that moving through the distant brush, but a lot of them are pretty skittish and they bellow off without you getting close enough for really to interact. But there are squirrels, there are smaller animals. You pass a couple of skunks, and there's a lot of birds as well.
Well, I'm gonna roll stealth to see if I can sneak up on one of the deers or any of the larger animals.
It's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. I'll just roll.
I'm gonna whisper in my most comforting voice, as not to spook the animal. Tell the druid lady that I'm 15 minutes away.
Just in common,
Yeah.
you get pretty up close to a mule deer doe, and you say that, and the deer like looks at you and freezes, like obviously deer in a headlight. And then like when it sees you don't move, it just kind of turns and bounds off after you finish speaking.
Girugamesh is very confident that worked.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Well, they're all magic, right? And he's just gonna continue walking, following the stream to the fork.
It's maybe a little bit longer than he told you to get to the fork in the stream, but you're able to find it without too much problem. It is a very large white oak tree, some of the branches of which are dead, a little gnarled, but most of which, it's almost like this acts sort of like, maybe not like a forest's heart, but definitely a sizable landmark. And you stand there. Thankfully it is cool here, there's a lot of shade.
I rolled to climb.
Oof. Yeah. Look for which handholds. I think it might be a 12 or 15.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I can re-roll unless I somehow get injured.
It's true. If you fall off, you didn't even really get off the ground, so
Yeah.
there's only so much damage you could do to yourself.
Plus he has the Ring of Featherfall, so
It's true.
I just needed to know what the actual DC is. It is 15.
Yeah.
So the first time you kind of go up and you're like your fingernails like go down the bark, like you don't get any purchase, and you're like, God damn it. And then you have to like, I don't know, like work yourself up a little bit. Did you come out here like fully dressed in your armor with your weapon and everything?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I didn't know if you rolled with that equipped or not.
I'm
did.
sure. I'm sure it's still equipped in my inventory, but
Okay.
Girugamesh wouldn't have put on his armor today, or
Okay.
until
Well,
later.
even without the armor check penalty, that's the first roll was still been a 13.
Yeah.
But after that, you're able to get up. How high up are you trying to go?
To the top,
Okay. You
or
climb.
I'm gonna while I'm climbing, I'm gonna look for anything notable or anything noteworthy. I can roll a
Okay.
perception for that.
Yep.
Because apparently this tree has seen some sort of I guess not human, I don't know what the right word is. Some sort of interaction from people.
You definitely pass a couple of branches like towards the actual water that have like ropes dangling from them. One definitely looks like it's been frayed near the bottom. Maybe something ripped, or maybe an animal got hungry and just started to eat it. It doesn't look like somebody sawed it with a knife or something. It definitely looks like it was ripped or just torn away. They're still knotted to the branches though, very competently. With an 18, you climb up. You definitely pass like knots and other like. You find certain carvings in the actual bark holes, things that have healed over, scabbed over in the tree. A few initials, and a decent way up, you actually find a very old arrow sticking out of it. That stuff has kind of collected around it. Like the fletching is gone. You really can only tell that it's an arrow by just how just like unnaturally straight it is. Once you get to the top, however, it's weird. It feels both cooler up here and hotter. Cooler because you're a little higher up, and hotter because now you have no tree cover. The sun is beating down right on top of you, and it is, well, beginning of August. Thankfully, it's early in the morning, so it's not nearly as awful. I love August. With that check, I think you're able to see. You can definitely see, like, in the distance, Innsbruck. It seems a lot smaller from here. You can make out like certain details because you're on the manor hold side. You can sort of see like, oh yeah, these are these towers, and I can kind of make out the spires to some of the churches, and then the freehold in the distance. You do notice there are a couple like pillars of like small fire, like smoke coming up, probably a campfire or something like that. And in the other direction, much deeper on, you can see what looks like something man-made built up, like maybe a bit of ruins sticking up, just barely.
Which direction is that? West?
That'll be north and west still.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't know the area too well, but it's gray. You can't make out too much in the way of great detail. So you're thinking maybe a watchtower, or maybe a nicer, freehold or something like that.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm writing down the ruins.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be looking for the approach of the druid and to see which direction she comes from, because Rumesh has a suspicion that it might be from the direction of the ruins, but also he's not sure about that.
Well, give me a separate perception for that.
You got it.
You don't notice anyone human coming. You do see the movements of certain animals. Give me a will save, just... Yeah, I'm gonna go with either a will save or a wisdom check, your choice.
I will do a will save.
Okay. You're at least prescient, maybe bright enough that you notice that there are things that are moving towards the tree rather than just randomly in each direction. And among them is a rather sizable elk.
Did you say elk?
Elk.
Elk.
No, he said milk with a Boston accent.
Elk.
Milk.
I'm going to Philly and asking for water.
Well,
Can we make
as the elk approaches, Girugamesh is going to utilize the ring of feather falling and jump out of the tree. Hopefully not hitting any branches on the way down.
Okay. Well, even if you did hit branches, you'd just be able to like land on it and then pick off and fall again. You actually do need to do that like a few times. The tree's pretty dense, and it's also like a solid like fucking 40 feet tall.
Also, my health on my character sheet I just noticed is at 36. I'm not sure why it would be at 36.
Well, I was gonna say, did you heal since coming out of the gauntlet?
How many nights has it been? Because I don't think I've rested.
You would heal up. What is it? Is it your level plus your constitution each night?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you press the
Right.
if you press the rest button, it'll add it automatically.
Yeah. It's been 2 nights?
I believe so.
Might have only been one. Or hold on.
Let's see. Yeah, I actually think it might have been 1. However, that one day, the last time that you were down there, you only did the very end, so you didn't do most of your fighting and thus taking most of the injuries.
Oh, yeah.
So it would have been 2.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I jumped down out of the tree.
After a little bit of like floating and kicking off and floating, you land on the ground at basically right in front of this pretty damn big elk. Its antlers are huge. You know that usually elk don't shed. Or I believe they do, but they grow them back pretty quickly. It's a reindeer that don't shed. And that's only the females. It leans down and kind of like looks at your face pretty damn close and just sort of snorts at you through its nose before standing up and looking away from you and giving like a bit of a, I guess they usually use the word trumpet to describe their call.
I've never seen a deer that's such as big as you. And I try and reach out to pet it.
Give me a handle animal.
Sure.
I feel like calling an elk a deer is somehow racially like that's a slur to them.
If it is, it was done out of ignorance because Girugamesh didn't know.
Well, the elk does not bite you, so that's definitely a good thing. You're able to touch it a little bit, but after that it just kind of gives another snort and backs away and then goes over to start feeding on something. You hear a bit of like rustle above you, and as you look up you see a humanoid figure sitting in the tree. They're live. They're dressed rather simply, but utilitarian. But what's interesting is that they have a very large like mane of hair and a wooden mask going over their face, painted with like kind of a face that's definitely supposed to be intimidating if you ambush somebody. It's human looking, but really unsettling and very old. It just like looks at you and then like turns its head the other way, turns its head back, and waits.
Are you Ewan's friend?
The figure doesn't immediately answer, sort of sits there in the tree, and then wordlessly straightens up and then drops out of the tree, landing at it at a crouch and then standing up. It is the person you're standing before is definitely female, and she is, well, taller than you, but I guess that's not really saying much. You can't really tell what she is. You assume human. You can't really see like skin or anything. She's wearing like gloves, and all of her clothes is pretty concealing, but her hair is pretty dark in color and not very straight. She then kind of leans towards you until the mask gets really close, like until the point where you can see like the etches and like the cracks in the paint, and says, "What do you want?"
I'm here to gather strength in the form of getting in touch with my animalistic roots. I've already begun to explore my beastly side with my animal fury and my beast totem abilities, and I'd like to enhance that further. I brought this up to Ewan, and he thought he might be able to connect me with someone who could help.
She turns her head a little bit and says, "He is a foolish boy. He is correct. But I don't know why I should help you."
I don't know why you should help me either. What motivates you? You came to this meeting.
Because I was curious. And because I didn't have any humans to chase out of my forest today.
Well, I'm not one for being chased, but normally I tend to stand and fight. But I came unarmed, out of respect.
She kind of glances down. Can you describe your dress? Like how you're dressed?
Girugamesh, if he's not wearing his armor, he's wearing his nice clothes, which probably wasn't the best thing to wear out, but lack of forethought. On his part, on Girugamesh's part.
Mm. She looks down over it, and the gulf between how you dress and how she dresses is epic. Absolutely epic.
It's quite the contrast.
Yeah. She kind of looks to you and then quickly drops into almost a squat, so she's at face level with you, and kind of she looks you can tell that she's looking at your clothes, but through the mask it's just sort of seeing which way it's tilted, and the weirdly drawn eyes are kind of direction towards. And she says, "I see that. You also dress like you're a noble."
Yes, well, would you have rather I put on a charade to come and see you, like I do for the nobles of Innsbruck? Do I look like a noble to you? Besides the clothes, do I speak like a noble to you?
She leans forward, and you can hear her sniffing, smelling at you. How do you react to that?
I'd probably do the same, so...
You smell of liquor and cologne.
Won't deny it.
I also smell blood on you. And mud. And traces of old magic.
Old magic.
Mm.
You can smell magic?
For those of us who are trained to, yes.
Well, that interests me.
She then slowly stands up until she's standing over you and says, "I can help you." She then turns away and steps a little bit and says, "This won't be as easy as coming out here." And she casts her her head over her shoulder and says, "Paying me off like those magic whores in New City do.
Yes, well,
Flash cut to Sven hiring an enchanter.
Yeah, just play out it straight up as just a smash cut, and Sven's in the store standing there with a fucking list, and Reese is on the other side like, uh-huh.
well, you can help me. I know that I can somehow help you. There's always an exchange.
I don't think there's anything that I want from you.
And where do we go from here?
I'm going to let nature decide for me. She steps away a little bit and then turns around, like running her hand down the trunk of the tree, and says, what you ask from me is not necessarily the easiest thing to make. It's something that requires sacrifice. In a way, it is yours, but in another, it is the animal whose spirit you wish to steal or dominate.
Both of which I'm quite adept at.
You will need to supply the ingredients to make it, the hardest of which will be the actual face of the mask itself. And that is where the test strength comes in. What are you looking to master?
I'd like to harness the power of the boar. I've heard of their strength, their indomitability, and their intimidation.
Oh, yes, and their ability to eat and ruin most of everything they come into contact with, and their desire to inflict wanton destruction. But
From your assessment, isn't that not who I embody?
I don't know you, but I smell you. You are a person who wants to stand in 2 or 3 different worlds all at the same time and have them each support you equally. Eventually, you're going to have to make a choice. Perhaps that will not be today, however. He turns back towards you and says, I hold court in a cave not far from here. And she just kind of vaguely gestures north of here. Most of the animals around here know how to find me, know where to find me. But what you will need to do is find an enemy worth conquering and end its life. But it won't be as easy as finding some run-of-the-mill animal and playing it with your... And she just kind of gestures like down like where your weapons would be and says sword or axe or whatever it is you humans, dwarves, elves, gnomes, halflings bring into my domain. What you will have to do is find something worth killing, and I think I know exactly the right target. She lopes over towards you and kind of bends down, like one hand touching the ground, and says, like almost getting close to you, and says, there are certain animals that once they've shaken off the pursuit of a hunter 2 or 3 times, once they've flipped the noose and pulled themselves from a trap enough, they gain a legend. Something people talk about. Good, bad, indifferent. Doesn't matter. The one that I speak of, which lives in this forest and whose light I would like to see snuffed, as he has caused much destruction and likes to randomly kill animals and even people whose permission I have granted to enter my domain. His name is Rotrazan. He's a boar, yay high, and like holds her hand like maybe about a couple inches above how tall you are. At the shoulder, He has survived 2 or 3 ambushes, has survived 2 or 3 further hunts, has thrown off hunting dogs, has killed at least 2 hunters, and wears the trophies of his victories on his body, not only in scars and scratches that cover his face, but in a winding chain that wraps around his body. The trophy of perhaps his most tenacious hunter, and whose life he took. That is how you will find him. Listen to the rattle of those rusty chains. Oh, and you must kill it with your own hands.
I expected as much.
She reaches into her dress or get up, basically robes almost, and then quickly pulls out a knife and stabs it down into the ground. It is made out of bone, with a leather grip wrapped around the handle, and says, "This you may use. You will not use anything that human or dwarven hands have made. You will not use anything that is metal. You can, however, wear armor, considering your opponent is armored as well. But he will fight you with hoof and tusk, and you must fight him in the same way. Kill him. Bring me his head, and I will grant you this boon."
Consider it done. I'm always victorious.
She then stands up and says, "We will see. In the end, whatever happens is nature's will."
That it is.
She then backs up a few steps and turns and just bolts, moving insanely quickly. And as soon as she's out of sight, it's almost like she never existed. You don't hear her crashing through the underbrush. You don't hear any kind of footfalls in the grass or any kind of fallen leaves or debris. Gone.
I kind of just realized I don't think I got her name, unless I just omitted that from my memory.
She didn't ask. And she
Yeah,
didn't ask,
I know.
well, she didn't ask for yours, but you did give it, I believe.
I don't know why, but I thought you were gonna say that you didn't get her number.
Yeah.
Which is something Girugamesh would be worried about.
Yeah.
Shit, I didn't give her my messaging stone.
Yeah. Well, shoot. I guess I probably should have worn my armor, but
Also be good to be at full health.
yeah. I guess I'll return to Innsbruck for now to heal up and get my armor.
Okay.
Oh.
Takes you, like I said, another maybe 45 minutes to an hour to get back into Innsbruck. This is about 10 o'clock, so the party at this point, I believe, was heading over to the Red Temple to speak with the priestesses to get the acolytes to help them cart the books out of the gauntlet. So when you arrive back, I'm assuming you're going back to the chapter house because that's where you left all your stuff as well.
Yeah. But also just out of character, what's the cheapest way to heal 30 health on the fly?
Probably pay a priestess.
Leap.
All right. I will go and pay a priestess. We can roleplay this, or we can hand wave it.
Sure. It's hand wave. I believe healing of that much, more or less, I'm going to treat it as costing a 10th of a healing potion per equal use. Mostly because a lot of that is also supposed to be pretty accessible to normal people as well. And priests and clerics and whatnot, they don't exist to make a profit. Azurites a little bit, considering that they worship the god of prosperity, civilization. Same people that bankers follow.
Yeah.
So, I believe that would come out to I think you needed what, maybe 3?
Mm-hmm.
Or were you down 30 points?
Yeah. We can
One
just-
light healing potion is 50, right? Or is it 25?
Yeah. 50.
Is it 50? I'm gonna
50
say it
sounds right.
costs you.
Or is it
30.
100?
No. I'll say it costs you 30. Considering the cleric's probably like 8th or 9th level.
Sure. 30 gold is gone. And when I return to the forest, geez, I don't know if it'd be better to stomp around to get him to get the boar to come out, or if it'd be better to stalk him. Can I? The boar's pretty big. Can I? Would it be perception or survival to look for any big game trails?
Survival.
Okay. I'm also gonna throw up a stealth.
It's a handle animal. Or, no, wait, excuse me, I wasn't scrolled down. Survival, okay. With that survival check, I'm assuming you obviously go back out. So it takes you another hour to get even to the place that you once were and keep moving. Once you're out past where you had spoken with the Druidess, with that check, you're able to find the tracks of local fauna. Ungulates are most common, deer and elk and things like that, but you also find tracks of skunks and squirrels and other smaller things that move about. You pass a couple of fox trails, things like that. Stuff isn't terrible. You spend a bit of time, and you don't see. Well, I guess you do pass some tracks that do line up with a boar. So you start following those. You don't hear anything initially. Give me a perception check, however.
Yeah, I'm keeping my ears open for the chains.
Okay. Okay. It's maybe about 11:15, 11:30 when you hear like a little bit of weird clanging noise, kind of faint, and you kind of go in that direction, and you're maybe 150 feet out, something like that, when it suddenly stops, and you can hear like a snort, 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 and then a squeal, and running. And the sound is going away from you.
Oh, dang. How long does Potion of Invisibility last for?
10 minutes? Or is it an hour?
It's minutes per level. Invisibility is minutes per level. And the potions are the lowest caster level typically, so it's level 3 or level 2.
3 minutes.
Caster. So, yeah, caster.
Well, I guess I'm gonna try. Is the boar running fast enough to where I think it's probably running faster than I can?
It's moving pretty damn quickly.
I
You're
might
also
take
on
it.
its home turf.
Yeah. How dense are the trees?
They're relatively dense. It would definitely hamper an army to move through here, and bringing cavalry through would not be very viable. But, like, for a single person running through, it's not like it's so dense that you're, like, trying to push between things or anything like that.
I might try and abuse the Ring of Feather Falling here and climb a tree with a stealth check and jump from tree to tree. But I'm going to try that.
Sure, that would require an acrobatics check.
Sure, and a climb.
Yep, and a climb.
Okay, that acrobatics was subpar, I feel like, but...
Yeah. Climb's good, though. So you're able to get to the top of the tree and, like, leap off. Thankfully, with the Ring of Featherfall, you obviously don't drop like a fucking rock. With that acrobatics check, you have really never done something like this before. You've never tried to move through like you're fucking Spider-Man And
Well, I've seen Daxius do it plenty of times. That's who I'm emulating.
yeah, I'm sure he'd be proud to hear that you're trying to pull some of his bullshit.
Well, I watched him do the monster wrangling, and that's where I got the idea from. So, really, I am learning from Daxius. Funny enough.
Fair.
My student is growing stronger by every passing day.
I did roll an 18 on the stealth though.
The stealth overall isn't bad. You're moving. Obviously with that acrobatics check, you're not moving nearly as quickly as you want. Like, it's awkward. This isn't something you've really done before, and because of the Ring of Featherfall, a lot of your momentum isn't being maintained, and you didn't, like, accommodate for that. Compensate. But you're able to, like, get to another tree and then push off and go for something else. You hear, like, the movement of the boar through the underbrush, and it's continuing to move. It's not difficult to track. The way that it's moving and the clatter of the chains that are wrapped around it. You can definitely tell where it's going. Or at least, in what direction it's going.
Okay. Am I catching up with it at all?
You seem to be keeping about pace.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to, Can I mimic the sound of an injured animal using survival to try and draw it near?
That'd be survival, or that'd be disguise. Is that something you have previously done?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll let you do that using survival.
Hey!
I'll take it.
You settle down on one of the trees and, like, begin making the sound, and it seems to be not bright enough that it is convinced that the sound that you're making is accurate. Like, it stops running. Like, it's definitely a little whiles out, but you stop hearing the crashing, clanging, squealing through the underbrush noises. Boars are omnivores, although they don't favor meat, obviously. But at least mimicking, like, a wounded deer was able to get it to stop running.
Then I guess I'm going to continue on with my pursuit, and I'm going to try and roll for a better acrobatic score.
Okay. Give me
Holy
stealth as
shit.
well.
Come on, big money noise.
What if he got another nat 20?
Yeah, guys.
Do it.
What if he got another nat 20?
Possible. Improbable, but possible.
Definitely possible. Am I able to catch up with it with that roll?
Like I said, give me a stealth roll first, because you didn't roll.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Damn.
Still not terrible.
That would have been epic.
That is yours. This one is mine. Okay. So, with that acrobatic score, you manage to channel your inner Daxius clone and move through the top of the trees. And with that stealth check, you think that you're able to close the distance. You're moving through, and you're able to sort of figure out, like, kind of where it should be. And up in the tree, it's a little difficult to see down, because obviously you'd have to see through the actual bodies of the trees. But when you do that, and you kind of land near where you can hear, like, snuffling and snorting, you look down and you see a pretty big goddamn boar.
Yeah.
It is still technically size medium, but it is definitely big. You can also see like just how beat up and scratched. You can see places where the remnants of arrows are still sticking out of its hide. The places where like bits of traps that are clinging to its legs, and obviously the pretty sizable chain which wraps around most of its body. Keeps its arms free. Like, it doesn't seem to like keep it from moving, but it's a bit odd how that thing managed to get wrapped like that.
I'm going to use I'm going to use studied target on it, which allows me to get a +1 to bluff, knowledge, perception, sense motive, and survival checks against the opponent, and a +1 on weapon attacks and damage rolls against it.
Okay.
Holy shit.
If you click the photo icon, you can dump it in the chat.
Oh, what do I have to click on?
So if you're looking at the feature, just put your mouse all the way to the left, where there you go.
Yep. And then I guess I'm going to I'm debating on whether or not to try and jump down with stealth and try and use sleight of hand to remove its armor, or cut one of its tendons so it can't run away. But I feel like the armor would be the better option. So I'm going to roll for stealth and jump down. Oh, also, I meant to say I downed my potion of invisibility.
Yeah, I thought you'd done that before, like just as you were climbing the tree the first time.
Well, okay, we can say I did it then. Doesn't invisibility give me a bonus to stealth?
Oh, yes.
It's
Oh,
10,
yes.
I believe. Or
Okay, so that should be a
plus 20.
32 then.
Okay. You're obviously with using the ring of Featherfall, you're able to float down to the ground, kind of judging where you think Rotorzan is going to be looking as you fall. You land softly, invisible, and go up. And now that you're this close, not only can you see it, but you can smell this fucking thing. It is rancid. It is not pleasant. You can also see like how tightly wound a lot of the chain is. But you're able to get up and like grab some of the chain. Give me sleight of hand. Yeah, that'll be sleight of hand to try and work some of the chains off of the creature's body.
Sure. And just because I feel like turning an inch into a mile, can I use study target to get a +1 bonus to that? Because I was studying them with the intent to do that.
Sure.
Great.
Okay.
You know, just a 32 to try and remove the armor off of an enemy.
Mm-hmm. So, it does not notice as you start trying to work it around, and you can definitely tell why this thing has been stuck like this. It is not loose around it. But you're able to get like a few wraps around it before you finally hit like a snag, and the boar begins moving forward a little bit. Not as like it's running from you, but it is oblivious to you, and it is moving back towards the way it came.
Well, it didn't seem to notice me getting really close to it. Have I removed enough chain to, you know, create some openings for attack?
I think that would definitely be reasonable. Its head obviously, head and neck aren't covered with that armor, and now a decent part of its backside isn't. As are its legs aren't covered by it at all. Really, it's only like its solid torso that is being guarded somewhat by this chain.
I'm gonna go to the rear legs and try and cut the tendons with that knife.
Okay. Give me an attack roll, and the stats for the knife are the same as a dagger. It's just made out of bone instead of steel.
I think I need to add a dagger into my inventory then. Okay. I thought I added it. Yep. Just a second. I'm working this up.
Okay. That definitely hits. And with that, we are now in turn order. You cut it pretty fucking deeply. I don't think they can do called shots in this system that I know of.
The system for it, but it's bullets a lot. Probably better off just improvising.
Basically, with the boar, I am going to try and stay near its rear side towards that leg eye damage, and move with it as its head tries to snap around at me. But
well, you've definitely injured it, and even with a call shot location that's a -2, which still would manage to hit. All right, let's roll initiative. Let me open up the encounter. Pull that out.
says I'm not in combat.
There you go. Okay. All right. So, it'll be a surprise round. You slash at it, and its reaction is basically to swing around at you. It is your turn.
Where
by
am
the
I?
way, the invisibility potion has dropped since you made an attack.
Oh. Where am I in relation to the body of the boar?
What do you mean, distance-wise?
Not like, am I near the head or still towards the rear?
I guess it turns around, so you're at its head now, as the invisibility drops and it's able to see what it was that hit you, but it's unable to attack you in this turn.
Well, okay. I'm just going to, well, one, I'm going to throw on Rage. And then I'm going to, and then I'm going to try and stab at its eye.
You're gonna use that as a called shot. You better roll basically real fucking well. I do want to clarify, are you using that as a called shot?
I don't know what a called shot is.
So there are
Like you're
rules...
targeting a specific part of the
Yeah,
body.
if you're targeting a specific part of the body, A, you will only get one attack that round because that qualifies as a full round action. And B, there is a modifier based on the difficulty of hitting that location. For a leg, that wasn't very difficult, it's a -2. But an eye is a -10.
Oh. Well, then I would like to not do that and just go for straight attack.
Good
Yes.
choice.
I And then there's technically rules for how much health each part has. So you
Yeah.
can like destroy an eye, and then that
It's-
has effects, but it's complicated.
It's where
What
I'm like, how much do you like fractions? No? Okay then.
Yeah, let's
One
just
of
use
the-
Do it.
One
Let's
of the
use
only
the,
times it's really ever used is like trying to aim for the eye of a dragon because the eye has less AC.
Yeah.
Well, either
should
way.
use.
Oh god.
I was gonna say we should use the GURPS targeting system.
Let's not.
Yeah.
Fucking not. You reel back and
3 yards away,
slash
minus
across
1.
its face, drawing blood and sending a spray flowing out, and it squeals loudly.
Did both of those hit?
Yes.
Oh, great. And then do I get another attack? Because that was a surprise round, or does it go to the board's turn?
Don't forget to
Oh, you're
your
using power attack.
don't forget to use your studied target bonuses as well.
I think I did do that.
Doesn't look like it's on there, but
No, it is.
no, never mind.
Oh no, excuse me. The first one does not hit. The second one does, though.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So the first one hit, or excuse me, the first one did not hit, but but the second one does. Just barely. Anyways, go ahead again.
Natural attacks.
Oh yeah, I gotta do my natural attacks. So this is for the bite. That does not hit.
That does not hit.
And then, I guess I only get one claw since I'm holding the dagger.
Does not hit either.
Damn.
Okay, and then that's the end of my surprise turn.
Okay. Well, no, that was your first full round because you got the surprise round, but you were also at the top of the turn order.
Oh, okay.
So with you now very clearly in its sight, it goes in for a decent attack. First going in with its horns with a 21 to hit.
That does, it meets my AC? Does it have to meet or
Exceed.
exceed? Okay.
Doing 11 piercing damage.
Okay.
Then it rears back and tries slashing at you with both of its hooves with a 16 and a 26 to it.
26 hits.
Doing another 11, I believe that would be slashing damage. Would be
Oh, I
bludgeoning
forgot to
damage.
account for my damage reduction on those. So... Let's see. 22 minus 6 is... 16?
16.
Mhm.
Okay. Yep. Is that the end of the turn?
That is the end of its turn, yes.
I'm going to swing out and try and hit some vital areas with my...
Is there no music playing?
I guess I'm not going to call it like that.
It's playing on the stream, just not for us right now.
Should be playing for you.
I see.
Yeah, it is.
I can't hear anything.
How,
But
Yeah,
it's
me
fine on
neither.
stream, so it's fine with me.
Well, the second one definitely hits.
this does. The second one definitely hits.
And then let me do my naturals.
One hit. Does not hit.
Oh, those don't hit?
Nope.
Shit.
Its AC is 18.
Did my work beforehand reduce any of that?
A little bit, yeah.
Cool. Alright. And then I will end my turn.
Okay. Once again, it is going to swing at you with basically everything it's got. The first one is definitely not a hit. The second one is a 22, and the third one is a 24.
Okay.
That is 9 damage and 7 damage from its hooves. Its horns, its tusks, as it like swings at you, manage to catch on your armor and just glance off. But as it rears up, it manages to like catch a bit of your face and like punch through a bit of your armor. Not like literally destroying it, but just, you know, inflicting that bashing damage through you. And it squeals and sends spittle and blood on top of you.
Here I go swinging again. Oh,
Oh shit.
Jesus fucking
Nice.
Christ. Yeah, definitely it's a hit, and that is definitely a critical. So how would you like to do this?
Holy fuck.
Yeah, no, I did not expect him to roll this fucking good, and I should have accounted for that.
You didn't expect Girugamesh to roll good? I think that's your problem.
Mm-hmm.
I want to like, you know, run towards the boar and act like I'm gonna like leap up and stab it, but really I'm gonna slide underneath its belly and like, you know, rake the dagger along its guts, you know, making it basically all like fall out.
Okay. All right, so you managed to dig up some of its chest, and like by the time it reaches the chains, it slashes off. But that's enough to allow some of its a decent like blood out of its body, and it gives a squeal, stumbles a little bit, and then falls onto its side, dead.
Right. I'm gonna loot the body. Did it have anything cool on its armor that I could take?
You want some rusty chain?
No. Well, all right. Yeah, I'm just gonna start, you know, stabbing the head off with the bone dagger.
It's gonna take you a bit.
Yeah, I didn't bring anything else to do the job.
Okay, so you are able to. It takes a while to get through it, but you do eventually cut through it. Daggers are still good for cutting. Alright.
Yeah, and then after I've got the head, I'm gonna return back to the Girugamesh is gonna return back to the forked creek and put the head proudly at the base of the tree. And I'm sure on the way there he's gonna try and tell some animals that he's killed the boar for the druid.
Okay.
They all run off scared.
I'm sure they would have gotten the message to her if they had just seen me carrying around a dead boar's head.
Fair enough.
Alright. So, you're able to get back to the fork in the road. And you have to wait there a little bit before finally she just seems to meld out of the underbrush.
I did it with minimal impact to myself. Barely a scratch on the armor.
She kind of walks over and like studies like the bruises and the scratches on your face and says, "This is, I suppose, good enough." And then she like almost like kind of whips forward like her face so that her mask is really close and says, "However, make certain you understand the position that you're in." And then she just sort of like leans back and says, "It will take some time, and it will take a certain amount of value."
Of course.
So the animal mask, it's whatever the creation value, not the actual sale value, is what you need to provide.
Let me look that up.
I want to say it's pretty expensive. It's like 5,000.
Holy shit.
In the big scheme of things,
it's
it's not
not
the worst,
much.
but it's a bit right now.
It is $32.50.
Yeah.
Not as bad.
Yeah, it's not
But Girugamesh is gonna try and negotiate. He's
Of course he is.
Let me see. What is negotiation? That wouldn't be diplomacy.
That'd be diplomacy.
All
So
right.
negotiation is when you talk to somebody in order to like get a better deal for yourself. Usually.
Can I use bluff for that?
You can bluff to lie to them, and then that's a completely separate DC, depending on the context.
I don't want to lie to the druid though. I'm gonna roll diplomacy and see what happens.
She slaps you.
That's
Like you
No.
start, oh, this has got to be worth it. And it's just like right across.
All right.
No.
32.50.
No.
And money well spent.
No.
And I hand her the gold.
She tells you that when it's done, it will be given to you and via her own familiar.
I'm in Innsbruck. Will that be okay for your familiar to travel into?
He's been into Ewan's farm a few times. He knows the
All right. Well, if you need me to come and come out into the woods again, just let me know. You don't have to deliver it to me.
She doesn't really give you much of an answer before sort of just turning and once again just vanishing into the underbrush.
Thank you. Girugamesh is gonna make a mental note to himself to go ask Ewan for her name. But as she leaves, Girugamesh is gonna call out, "If you need any fiends or foes slayed, be sure to contact me about that as well."
Okay.
And then he's going to return back to Innsbruck.
Okay. Alright. You get back a little afternoon. It's been a full morning for you. And as you're finally getting back, like, into town... Oh, she does take the bone knife back from you, but...
Oh.
You get into the chapter house just as you see the others from your party piling books up, or moving books through into a back room to study.
Is everyone there?
I believe so, yeah.
Burnix, are these your books?
I believe they're the ones from the temple.
Nice. Any big discoveries?
We had yet to go through them, so just the few that we were. Actually, did we go through any of them? I thought we had at least one.
Well, you have everything available to you. I didn't read any of them aloud because they're too long for that.
Oh yes. Well, there's a few that have already been fixed. So.
Oh well. I'm not one for reading per se, but if there's anything interesting in there, like anything with like pictures, I might want to look at those.
I don't recall seeing a lot of pictures, but maybe there's something. Have to be. There's hundreds of books, so.
Yeah, well. I'm sure Sven will be happy. He's the one who wanted to get all these books restored, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think we were working out the details of that, but it seems like something the church is willing to take care of, and honestly, that might be the best solution.
They're the professionals.
Supposedly. There he is now.
Girugamesh. What brings you here? I'm sorry. Hey, Phoenix, why are you pointing me out?
I just heard Pocket Cat screaming.
Are you all ready for the arena today?
Hell yes.
Well, I'm anticipating it.
I just got back from playing this wild boar. It was pretty manly, not gonna lie.
Is that the smell that's been on you?
No, that's just my musk. Didn't realize you were a fan, Sven. And Girugamesh lifts his armpit.
Girugamesh, I mean this as nicely as possible.
Scowl.
But I've smelled much better things. It's, I did notice that you smell different, though.
Maybe that's because I'm a changed man, or maybe I need to change my clothes.
Or both.
Probably the latter.
Yes.
If I were is half the betting man that. Why am I drawing a blank on his name?
Lugo.
Lugo. If I were half the betting man that Lugo is, I would say that you probably should have changed your shirts 3 days ago, maybe 4.
That smell? That's just my aura.
My God.
It's definitely visible to those of us who don't have magic.
Yes, well, I'd say I should probably go bathe, but it's a bit intimidating for, whoever we have to fight in the arena.
I think that maybe the reason why things are leaving or trying to get away from you is not quite intimidation.
Yes, well, also maybe because I have a habit of squashing things, but, we've all got our flaws.
Yes.
That we do.
Pocket Cat is pissed.
No.
Girugamesh is going to take some time to clean himself up, though.
Crazy. What's up?
And polish his armor because he wants it to be really shiny in the arena.
Crazy? You being crazy?
And because the smell might affect his stealth rolls.
He just wants to talk to you.
Perhaps we should, in gathering our things and ready if we do plan on entering the arena.
Yes, well...
That's right, I did have a question. How many bouts was it?
You're told that each group has to pass through 3 rounds before getting to a final. So, 4 in total. One of which is considered to be like a qualifier, so they can set up your odds.
Gotcha. Wait, so then we're not going individually. It's a group thing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Always has been. Sweet. I'll just be re-preparing my spells, as I totally wasn't planning on having to solo things.
Yes, I'll be changing my spells too.
I'll also be changing my spells.
I'm going to visit the healer again and heal another 30 health. Actually 26, because...
Yep. Another 30 gold.
As you're like walking out the door, I like bump into you and I've got like a whole handful of books. Like, hey, fucking watch it, man. All right? Where the fuck have you been? We've been carrying books back and forth all day. Give us a fucking hand, will you? You're the strong guy.
Watch your mouth.
Watch my mouth, eh?
Yeah. You should be proud of me. And I tell Daxius that, my epic tale of leaping through the forest to stalk this boar and eventually come down on top of him.
I have this like look of disbelief for a while where I'm like, yeah, I don't believe a word. Just oh, you're telling the truth. Oh.
It was pretty as the kids say, it was pretty poggers. But
I don't even know what that means. What?
Why are you hanging out with kids?
That's a better question.
I'm really popular with middle schoolers, guys.
Nothing like advice.
Put the books down. That's
Don't become a
Wow.
Minecraft streamer.
Oh no. Please no.
Just what the point of the mask is.
God.
Oh boy.
Well, it was a Jim Carrey
I am
video.
going to get a mask, so...
That's I mean I'd say something about being a copycat, but what kind of is it like some great reward or something, or
yeah, I'm getting this mask that I think is supposed to turn my head into a bull or a boar or some sort of animal.
Hell.
interesting?
So I'll be like a minotaur, but like with a boar for a head instead of a bull.
Is it just a hollowed out boar's head, or is it?
See?
I'm not really sure how it's supposed to work. I've got this one druid lady, and I did learn that apparently druish is not the proper nomenclature for these people.
Wait. You met a druid out there?
Yeah. One of Vic's friends introduced me to the druid person.
Crazy
I
Walking by just stops at that comment. Just keeps walking.
I didn't realize.
That Vic had friends? Yeah. He was
Well,
another half-elf.
that explains it. But no, I didn't realize there was a druid this close.
Yeah,
It's
so
been
there's-
here.
Yeah.
Sure.
we all
I
are.
figured everyone was there.
I'll make sure.
Back past the stables, if you head into the woods going, I think it was northeast, or no, sorry, northwest, you'll find this creek, and you follow the creek, you'll find a big tree at the fork in the creek, and then a druid person pops out of nowhere, and we'll talk to you.
This is very interesting.
I didn't
Also
get her
would not
name.
have- Strange that there is a druid so close to here, and especially one that would show themselves to. No offense, dwarves are not usually associated with, nature.
Well,
Isn't the
Sometimes-
stereotype that they dig in the ground all day? Which is the thing that the druids draw their power from mainly.
Mhm.
I don't
I
really
would
know how to
make-
confront this unfounded racism from you, Sven.
Really?
I would.
How could you not know me like that?
Yeah. Are you sure that he surprises you?
I didn't realize you categorized me in the same with the Nomish people.
No. No, it's I still look fondly on dwarves.
Hmm. I heard you telling Vic that I was, quote unquote, one of the good ones.
Sven just laughs. You're have you always been this much of a troublemaker, Girugamesh?
Yeah.
Yeah, troublemaker is code for schizophrenic.
If you don't mind me asking, the next time, if you have a plan to visit this druid you speak of, I wouldn't mind tagging along.
Well, I don't have any more plans, but I'd be happy to accompany you just to make the introduction.
I wouldn't mind either. This interests me.
You know what, Sven? After those comments, I'm starting to think that three's a crowd. It's just me. It's just another me and Daxius hangout. It's one of our little side arcs. I could maybe get you an invite later.
Yeah,
He's
no
trying
furries
to-
allowed.
You've already given me the direction, so I suppose it's not a big deal.
Wait a minute.
You're welcome. In seriousness, though, you are welcome to come along. It'd be a fun group endeavor. Why not bring?
No. I wouldn't want to intrude on you and Daxius's private alone time.
I give
Daxius.
Sven a look like.
He's very classy.
You knew the paintings?
Let's not talk about the paintings.
But yes, I think it's a wonderful idea, and I'm supposed to be receiving a mask from her sometime, eventually. Hopefully before I leave Innsbruck, or maybe it'll just show up wherever I am next.
Well, be sure you know what it does before you put it on.
Good point.
No telling with
Like Jim
the
Carrey's
lazy types.
Well, I
I've-
did do a favor for her, so I don't think she'd saddle me with any sort of unnecessary burden.
Yes. It's not much of a burden being used as a sacrifice, though.
Not for long, at least.
True.
Morbid.
Mm.
Did you get a read on her personality at all? The druid.
She seemed like a typical druid, very smelly, or well, like she liked to smell. You know,
I'm sorry, were you not
Just-
just criticizing me for stereotyping you?
No, I'm just, I kind of knew that was a thing that druid people did to assess, different types of people they met. So I wasn't surprised when I got smelled.
Mhm.
I've talked with multiple druids and I've never
You have?
been sniffed. Yes, I think I would remember that.
Well, their sense of smell is very strong. They may not have overtly come up and like.
To be fair, Girugamesh is right. If anyone's got a nose worth talking about, you don't need to make it obvious. It's I don't need to get close to you to smell you like some humans do. For example.
Well, I would think that humans or elves would be.
Some druids are less polite and might make it more obvious for lack of care.
Yes, this druid definitely did not care for typical social norms or customs. But it's their domain, so they can do whatever the hell they want. Although they did seem rather possessive over their territory.
To be fair, our customs only exist within civilization. They wouldn't really have any frame of reference if they're. Just the description you're giving me gives me the idea that they've been away
Many
from
druids
civilization
were.
pretty much all their life.
Yes,
I
they
think
didn't seem like a
druid
very
is-
socialized person.
Druids are still born to their parents. They many times just leave when they are young. They still know these norms.
I'm pretty sure that
Not
druids
always.
come out of the ground like other plants and animals do.
I don't think this is correct.
Certain ones, but I don't want to waste my explanation.
Well, so look, think about this. Ewan, the half elf I spoke to, had a bird familiar, and I'm 99% sure he grew that out of birdseed.
Girugamesh, do you know how life is born?
Well, I mean, typically it's done through love, but sometimes,
Oh, he is aware. Thank God.
Girugamesh, explain to me what love. What do you mean by this?
when
I
there's
don't think this is a conversation we need to get into. I
know,
think
I think we do.
two people, care for each other a lot, then it will typically make another life form, right?
Wait, do you actually
What
not
kind of
know?
life form?
I.
An apple?
An apple.
A
I feel that
sea
we might
sponge?
be getting distracted by something.
Well, I mean,
Now that
there are
we've-
other forms of love, like how a tree loves nature, so it makes apples, right?
Vic, please help us.
I don't
Let's-
believe I've ever confirmed
let's-
that with a tree.
I believe we will probably need some time to get our gear together and register over at the Red Temple.
Ah, yes, that is a splendid idea.
We shall
Now
be
that
off.
we've finished off the transportation of the books, we should probably begin moving.
That's a good point. On the way, I can explain the correlation between the apple and the tree that produces the apple.
That's okay. I already know how it works.
I'm not
Girugamesh,
sure.
I think this is a conversation you need to have.
We'll have it some other time, Girugamesh.
Let's-
I'll tell you hidden secrets of the world that apparently you don't know.
Well, I do know that, the reason that Sven and Natari don't have a kid is because, Sven doesn't and Natari don't love each other. So, maybe once they do, there will be a kid. But, for
That's not always how it works. You know what? Ask Atari about her ways.
Let's.
now.
Can we say that we're walking?
Yeah, I assume we're walking now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're walking. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Vernix just looks off and just pours the still steaming pot of coffee into the water skin. Is like, I'll just deal with it being waxy. I'm going to need something extra.
Save some for me.
God.
Okay, so we're almost at the temple.
Yep. The town has definitely been a lot busier, and as you get closer to the arena, it definitely gets a lot fucking busier. Everyone knows that the tournament is going to be run today, and they're coming to see basically the groups of those who are actually truly competent come and compete. There have been fights going on throughout the week, and there have been ones earlier in the day. Individuals, sometimes between actual combatants, but usually it's between entrants and a monster of some kind. Usually a lot of it, for those of you who have like perhaps stopped in, they're interesting, but they're mostly lower level, so more people would like think that's really amazing, but you guys are like, yeah, I can see you fight a shitload of goblins. That seems cool for a normal person. But for you, it's kind of like, okay.
Girugamesh just swings his hammer and mows down all of them.
Yeah. Which is why the reward for a lot of that is not super high. But, 20, 30 gold for like a normal person, that's a pretty fucking good payout.
Yeah.
This is fucking chump change. What do you mean?
Mr. Moneybags over here.
I think I'm the poorest one in the group right now, not including like inventory value.
Me too.
I think Sven might have the most right now.
How much do you have?
In raw gold, about 14,000.
Wow, that is a lot.
Nice.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, you are able to go around to where the performers would be entering. I think a few of you have been in through there asking questions and seeing about like schedules and stuff, so it's not out of the ordinary. You're entering in maybe like noon 15, something like that. I'm assuming everybody's eaten, taking care of whatever they need to, so on and so forth.
If I may ask, I'll ask around if I have to, but my followers are being signed up for like the smaller human on human bouts. Are those happening like outside of the arena? Are those happening like are they like when are they happening? Like before, after, like
they
in
are
between?
happening in the arena. There has to be a certain amount of time between like the bigger bouts for preparation and for the combatants, especially if it's between like first, second, third, fourth, where you're able to heal up a little bit of whatever resources. You're not allowed to leave the property, but whatever you bring in, you're able to use.
Okay.
So there's time they need to fill.
Okay, I just wanna know when they're going up because I want to watch them. And see what happens.
Well, I think you're going to be rolling for that. Just sort of an overall thing, because I don't want to run out each of the fights. That would take way too long.
Oh no, I'm not expecting that at all. I'm fine to do like a single universal roll. It doesn't have to be anything big.
Yeah, like one for each of the combatants that are going in. But you get in there, and like as soon as you get in through the gates, like the noise from outside seems to almost stop. The arena when you're down below seems kind of oppressive in a way. There are people milling around in here. Those you can tell who work here, and those of you who have been here to ask questions, you know like who the quartermaster is and who's running that kind of the actual show itself. You also can definitely tell, like in this one large room, like what caliber of combatants there are. The vast majority are definitely like lower level people that are filling space in between, fighting before. There will not be any like fighting after the capstone fight. Whoever gets there, however many people get there. That is the final fight for the day, and thus the end of the tournament. So you go in there, you hear somebody like calling out, like asking for people, make sure you sign up, make sure you have the information down, yada yada yada. So I'm assuming one of you goes up and like signs up your people for the actual tournament prep.
Yeah, Vic can go up.
Okay. There's a dwarven man who takes your signature, and as you fill up, he's like, "Oh, thank the gods. At least we have more than 2 this year."
2 of what, if you don't mind me asking?
2 groups actually fighting in the tournament bracket. This fucking shit's dangerous. Most people are too shy or too, want to make sure they don't die to go into something like this. Not that we'll actually let you die or, anything like that, but still, getting got close to going out's not exactly the most pleasant experience.
It hurts. Sure that both myself and my compatriots have all felt it before.
Okay.
And
Good.
just who's the other group, if you don't mind me asking?
He looks to the paper to be like, who's who, and he says, well, the first group is right over there, and he gestures with his ink pen and says, that's the Stone Warders. Pretty sure, and he kind of like looks to your dress, and he's like, pretty sure they're novices in the society as well. And you look over, and you do see a group of people that I figure a decent amount of you should be familiar with, including Sven, the Draken, who is training or providing you training when you were doing your retraining. There is a half-elf woman, lithe, seems to be well armored. A halfling man who is dressed like absolutely batshit insane, and definitely looks like he's the kind of person that just goes berserk and runs off. There's a half-orc man who is pretty regally dressed, pretty dour in demeanor. The Draken man who is dressed in monk's get-ups, and then finally a human man in regalia related to A's. I could change that over to Liliana. He actually performed in the monster wrangle as well. Did relatively okay, but not great. And the outsiders, and he just sort of gestures over to another corner where like a group of individuals seem to be standing kind of apart. There is a halfling woman who's dressed dark, put up, has a big fucking like arbalest in her hand that she's wiping. There is a kind of a darkly colored human man, seems to be sitting and talking with her and glancing at the others, but it's the other three that people are obviously keeping away from. The first is a rat folk who has fur the color of driven snow, dressed quite well, like very obviously apparent of like how he needs to look to move through the society. And he, despite like a lot of the looks that he's getting, he's kind of like smiling and talking with the others. There is a yellow scaled kobold who is like yanking at the reins of this big fucking salamander that has a like saddle on the back.
Is it the same kobold that we were
Yeah, you saw him before. Not the one who
Okay.
performed in the monster wrangle, but I believe somebody watched. Yeah, I believe you saw the guards shake him down.
Okay.
Yeah, in the streets. And
You
then
probably-
lastly, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was making a snarky comment.
Okay. And then lastly
That's
is a Nolish man. Definitely has a very stereotypical look about him. Kind of has a very fierce appearance, a lot of scars, and like he's missing a chunk of his ear. He's not dressed great, but the equipment that he has, even you guys can acknowledge, is pretty well made. He seems to prefer a whip that is filled with metal barbs.
Fun.
Yeah, a scorpion whip. He's the one you can hear the most as he fucking cackles. But a lot of people here seem to be giving them a little wide berth and looking at the halfling and the human like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
An interesting crowd. Oh,
Well, could be worse. You're gonna learn soon, but like, when it comes to this tournament, it's not just winning. If there are more than one group that make it to the final round, you're going to be judged more upon how you performed in the previous rounds. This is first and foremost a performance. Don't forget that.
So don't save everything for the final.
I mean, I guess if you went up with him, not necessarily save stuff, but make sure it's showy when you're actually doing your work. We've got a lot of people to entertain here, and a lot of out-of-towners coming in to look as well. Gotta put our best foot forward.
Well, I'm sure we'll keep that in mind. I'll just start heading back to the rest of the group and kind of fill them in on the basic information.
I figured we'd be probably nearby.
Yep, that's fair enough.
I can do a performance if that's what they want.
So,
This
I
one's-
think that we can make something work. We've cooperated in a play, have we not?
We have.
Might be a bit of a different type of performance.
One that we specialize in, though.
We could always paint the walls.
The wolf?
The walls of the arena.
Oh,
Oh.
That's
That'd be very
Hey.
showy.
What are you implying with blood?
Of course.
Right. That's, I suppose, one way we could do it.
as long as it's not ours, I suppose.
That's the hope.
well, if not, I can always make more blood.
I don't know why, but in my head, I just imagined fucking Fernix spraying a ketchup bottle around.
Just randomly, like, okay. Trying to
Yeah,
make a
shaking
nice
up
Jackson Pollock.
the bottle of Heinz to squirt it back into you.
So, you guys wait a little bit. There are a couple of competitors that kind of come and go as there are smaller events that are going on that are more for, like, entertainment purposes. But finally, like, once it's obvious, like, this seems to be about the most that they're going to get, the same dwarven man, the quartermaster, goes out, climbs up onto a bench, and says, "Those of you who are competing in the tournament," and just sort of gestures for everybody to gather around. The
I
two
don't
other
wanna.
groups go over.
You know what? Yeah, fuck it. Let's just go to the bar.
Just leave.
While
Maybe
this
next time.
while this is happening, I'm going to slip out of the crowd for a little bit and find a quiet corner. Just, I assume if I miss anything important, I'll be filled in.
Just the rest of us head over.
Mm-hmm.
hmm
Yeah, I'm not going to contest that with anything. The quartermaster holds the clipboard and says, "All right, so you three groups are going to be the ones competing in the bracket this year. The order is going to be determined based on random chance, but here are the ground rules. A. Know that while this is a fight until the end, we will not allow people to die in the ring here. So, if you guys go down, that's it. You don't need to worry about a resurrection or anything like that. We have our own mages standing by to take care of everything. Okay? Secondly, what you are going to be facing, and those of you who are with the society know this quite well, are not going to hold back anything once you are out in that field. You will not know what you will be going up against until they appear from whatever gate they are pushed in from. Once they are in, you fight until one of you is a successor or until you surrender. Once, if that were to happen, our mages would step in and more or less restrain whatever you were fighting against to allow for a quick exit from the arena. Whatever you came in here today with, you're able to use, but once you're here, you're not able to leave for anything. No new supplies, no healing, no nothing. If you leave, you are disqualified, and you disqualify the rest of your team. Okay? Good.
Understood.
You will each be fighting 3 different rounds before going to a final round, which I'm going to, at that point, assume that maybe one of you will actually advance to. The last couple years, we did not have anybody advance to the final round. Each round that you are successful, however, you as a group will be paid 3,000 gold. So even if you were to only complete the first 2 rounds and advance to the third and lose, you will be leaving here with 6,000 gold.
Pretty juicy.
If we were to go into the final round with more than one group, we will determine who is the victor based on A, who takes down the monster first, and B, style points. When I said that this is a show, I mean it. Our judges will be keeping an eye on you if such a situation were to arise. Those of you with the higher style points over the entire performance of the night will be considered the victor. Are there any questions?
What about my animal? Is she allowed to fight alongside us?
Well, considering he's able to take in a salamander he is riding on, and he just gestures to the kobold who's like, yes, you can.
It's about
And
love factor. And those white tigers are cool.
I assume summoned creatures as well.
If it falls into the realm or purview of your magical abilities, this is allowed. Yes.
Good. It's kind of necessary for me.
Anyone else?
I don't. Jake's head.
I think
Very good.
we've covered it.
All right. Choose for me, everyone here. Actually, I'll just give you each a number. Outsider is your number 1. Stonewater is your number 2. You guys are number 3.
Gate crashers works if that's necessary.
All right, I will write that down.
Right, still getting used to that.
One of you guys, please roll me a 1d3. Okay.
While this is happening, I will have just found a quiet corner and just thrown up Oath of Anonymity.
Okay.
As well as switch to my the Inara form, the Kitsune with the mask on, just that, and I come back.
Real quick, is it the stone warders or stone workers?
Stone warders.
Stone warders.
He throws up the bit into the air and watches it land. Stone warders will be going first, followed by, and he throws it up again, the gate crashers, which means that the outsiders will be coming up in the rear for the first round. Now, the first round will be considered more or less your preliminary. How you perform in the first round will determine your odds for betting purposes going into the subsequent rounds. You will all be able to gamble money however you see fit after this point.
Let's go.
Are all 3 groups fighting the same creatures each round, or is it
No.
different each round for
It
each
is
creature?
random each time, but once a creature fights, that creature is obviously either deceased, or restrained, or destroyed. Or desummoned, depending. We've used a lot of different creatures and contraptions over the years. So who knows what they've come up with this time. Now come on, I'll show you the arena so that you can get a little bit of a idea as to what you will be fighting in.
As we enter a new area, it says in the bottom right, loading.
Yep, loading. Yeah, 2023, and yet there's a loading screen. Fucking Bethesda.
It's because we have ray tracing on.
Did you guys know that on Skyrim's original release, fast traveling broke the game? Like the official release.
I mean,
Essentially,
My
if you
favorite.
used any kind of fast travel, it would trigger a memory leak that would cause your game to crash within 2 minutes. That's just how it
That's Bethesda
shipped.
for you.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Bethesda.
I feel like after what's the new one called? Starlink,
Starfield.
Starfield.
Starfield. I'm very concerned about Elder Scrolls 6.
It's gonna be trash. I expect nothing.
Yeah. Everyone was so excited for Starfield.
I was-
Like, oh my god, it looks so good.
Yeah, and then it came out.
Yeah, and then it came out. I already knew it was gonna happen, and I was just proven right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
if
knew
they
it was
don't
gonna
show
be
any-
bad. It just depended on how bad.
Yeah,
It
I've
blows my
been
mind
burned
that-
by Bethesda before. I'm not getting burned again.
Like
It
visual
blows-
gameplay or even screenshots of the game footage, don't. Just stay away and watch the fireworks.
It blows my mind that Bethesda burns people every single time a game is released, and people still buy into it.
I know. I mean, I wouldn't mind if Elder Scrolls 6 stayed another 5 years in development, just so that way, like, it has more time in the
I don't
oven.
It's
think
not going to
that's the
change
problem.
anything.
It might.
No.
It might be better, but it might also be, Duke Nukem Forever situation.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
I
know,
don't
the
really care if I
Cyberpunk
wait
situation.
forever. I can wait another 5 years. I've been waiting. When did Skyrim come out? 2008?
2011.
11.
12 years so far?
Yeah, I mean,
12 more years.
I do agree with your point though, John. However, I just as long as it comes out good, I don't care how long it takes.
Yeah,
But this
that's
is Bethesda. It's not gonna come out good.
Yeah, no.
would you rather it come out bad or not at all?
Not
Oh,
at all.
shoot.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, not at
Yeah,
all.
no. I learned that I'm pretty sure Bethesda just embezzles the money. Somehow.
Yeah. It seems like a money laundering scheme.
Oh wow, look at that. Oh, it's such a cool arena.
Still
So,
loading.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, they just load. Okay.
one person left.
There we go.
Okay. So,
Yes.
he leads everybody over to the large gate, which looks out onto a sizable arena. Inside, you see a large, flat, round arena, about 80 feet across. Sand and dirt primarily as the floor, but intermixed into it are stone blocks, pillars, and other pieces of cover or places you can climb up onto.
I roll perception for detect unusual stonework.
It is a stone block. You
Nice.
see that the surrounding wall climbs up about 20 feet before going back into an audience. I may do with what I had, obviously, but the arena's rather big when it comes to seating. He gestures to everything and says, and don't worry about arrows or anything, any other kind of projectiles. There is a magical field which keeps everything that happens within the arena in the arena. That includes all the monsters. Oh, there's a kitty.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Does he say that? Does he say, oh, there's a kitty?
He sees
Yeah.
Tony pop out of your pocket and just start going purr, purr, purr.
Oh.
I really shouldn't have brought Tony, but I guess he's here. Oh,
When
well.
you're an announcer, but you also have crippling ADHD.
So, the first round should begin in about 15-ish minutes. The Stone Warders will be going first. The rest of you are able to watch from here at the gate. If you have any questions or any problems, I am in that office. Good luck to all of you, and have a good day. And he starts wandering back to his office to handle other matters. Before
All right.
this fight, 2 of your followers will be fighting Daxius. Pick who they are.
Oh, I have to pick. Oh shit. Let me get my list up.
Your least favorite ones.
Least favorite ones.
Isn't the cat like really like a glory chaser? I don't fully remember.
The cat's one of the more competent ones, but kinda sorta. In a way.
Natari.
Yeah, sure. I'll have Natari go first. With
Yeah, I was like this.
I'll pair Natari with. I'll pair Natari with Atlas, the wizard.
Okay. All right. They will be going out to fight more or less other paid mercenaries. You do get the feeling that there are, especially for the lower level ones, it does seem to be a mix of other combatants, usually paid for by the actual, arena, or monsters. Their chips came down on mercenaries. Give me a 1d20 for Atlas and a 1d20 plus 5 for Natari.
Right before the round starts, I'm going to just send a message to Natari and just say, I want to see how Atlas handles themselves. So let them wear themselves out before you jump in and help them. This is for Atlas. Ooh, not bad. Oh my fucking god, Natari.
Wow. Wow.
The only one I expect.
Hungover.
Probably.
So, they go in, and let's just say Natari is hungover and hasn't slept well. Atlas seems to be a little more on the ball. They seem to be keeping their shit together. From the other side come 2 average kind of human and 1 half-elf, dressed in gear that, maybe some starting off adventurer, or maybe even like a low-level guard would wear. And you hear the announcer call out. They don't give anybody names. This isn't important enough. And they blow a trumpet to begin the actual combat, and the 2 groups go at one another. And
a quick question: Is there anyone else from the party like nearby? Just asking. All right, never
I
mind.
mean, I assume the group was watching instead of just, hiding in the corner or something. But...
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else was watching this.
I mean,
Like any of you
maybe they're
guys.
watching. Yeah.
All right.
I updated my token and note. It's gone. Don't worry about that right now.
I see it on my end.
Yeah, it's there.
Oh, good.
Mine doesn't.
I just can't. Oh yeah. Huh.
Just as
it's
a
gone
heads
for me.
up when updating our tokens, let's try and zoom in on the faces. That wasn't directed at anyone, by the way.
with what weapons are Atlas fighting?
Atlas is a wizard, so let me double check. Actually, I think they. I think they just have.
Well,
They have a quarterstaff. They have a quarterstaff.
And I'm assuming their spell list is mostly offensive.
They have they have resistance to fire if it matters. They have burning hands, incendiary runes, alarm, shield, and grease.
Okay. So the fighting begins. The 2 groups go at one another. It's slow, like not. I think both groups are smart enough to not go and rush at each other like a bunch of dumbasses. So they get towards the center, and the half-elf individual goes right from Tarn and fucking clocks her, just almost like right out of the gate, just fucking clocks her across, and she like spins around, takes a little bit of a knee, and it's like you can just see the words come out of her, like go across. And then it's just brutal between the two of them. Like, she might have been, like, a little pleasant until that happened.
Oh, here she goes.
The human mercenary goes at Atlas pretty damn cocksure after seeing his partner deck Natari. And Atlas is able to put down the grease and step aside and watch the guy feet go right up out of it and eat shit. And as he's down on the ground, he just lifts his core stuff up and bashes him in the fucking head. And the guy is out.
I'm more impressed by Atlas's restraint to not light the grease on fire.
I think they were told you're not allowed to kill them. If you do that, you will be disqualified. Technically, you won't go to prison because this is an arena, but you will not be getting the money. Do you want the money? Then do not do this.
Fair enough.
Do it. Do it. Screw the money for your little followers or whatever.
The two remaining individuals that are going at each other seem to be relatively even, but the half-elf seems to be performing better, catching Natari like a little across the chest, a little across an arm, maybe catching a small hit or two, but definitely not going down. However, once Atlas goes over and seems to like beckon at her, she manages to move to the side and like push the guy back, like giving room, and he casts Burning Hands onto him. And the guy just starts like screaming and patting himself out, and like bloodied and beaten, Natari goes over and fucking decks him back, and he goes down. Like there's a bit of a cheer because fire sells.
Mm-hmm.
And Atlas, who has taken no punches, looks to Natari and can see that she just wants to murder.
I'm just gonna message Natari. Natari, just don't. Whatever you're thinking, don't do it.
You fucking owe me.
Add it to the pile.
Yeah. They depart. That fight was over relatively quickly. So, the Stone Warders go up first. So it's the top of the hour. They go in, and from the announcer's box, somebody... From here it's hard to tell, but Sven recognizes the voice as the mayor. Basically gives like an opening ceremony, like a speech. You know, welcome to like the biggest ceremony of the year, and we have an absolutely great show for you. We have big prizes and beautiful things to hand out. So let's give it up for... And he like looks to leans over to the person standing next to him, who like whispers in his ear and turns back and goes, "The Stone Warders!" The gate opens and they're allowed to go out in. And from the other side, the gate opens and 3 wolves come out. Wolves that are bigger than horses and have pure white fur.
Big boys.
Are they dire wolves?
They're worse than that.
So dire wolves are a thing in this.
Yes.
Dire everything. You have a dire ant, a dire house cat.
A dire ant? She must make the best fucking cookies.
They're like, hell yeah.
God damn it.
Are there other members of dire Hymenoptera?
Cookies
Like
with
dire
spikes.
bees and dire wasps? If they're dire ants.
Yeah. Yeah, they have all kinds of giant insects.
That's such a good joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Give me knowledge nature if you want to figure out what they are.
I
yeah.
will do just that.
Okay.
Daxius, you're kind of upstaging me here, so I had to...
Nope. Damn.
Okay.
Nice.
Girugamesh, you and Daxius, you are also able to figure this out. Vic, I think you have a guess, but it doesn't immediately come to you. The first 2, you know that they are winter wolves. They are large bear-sized wolves that have the ability to control a certain amount of snowy weather. They're a lot less
Interesting.
dangerous in this system, and I changed that.
You know, we still got this
Oh.
one, 'cause I do have cold resistance.
I mean, we still
Yeah.
could. I'm just gonna lean over to you, Girugamesh. Was the boar bigger or smaller than that?
It was much, much bigger. Like, you know the Dax house?
Yes.
It was probably maybe a little bit smaller than the Dax house.
I'm gonna incite.
You want me to roll bluff?
I feel like
you
we
know
would
what?
have.
No, I don't think I need to.
With that
I feel like
ranking,
the rest of us would have to
negative
work-
modifier.
I feel like the rest of us would have to roll bluff to pretend that we believe him.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
It was a very big boy.
Right.
That is
Mhm.
such bullshit at such a spectacular level that you are quite certain that the challenge he faced was not even in the same ballpark.
So it was smaller then.
Oh, way smaller. Like perfect size though. Like, you know what I'm talking about. You would know.
Yeah, I think so. Still, well done.
Let's just see how the fight goes on.
Yeah.
So, the warders are very cautious as they survey the situation. As the wolves come out, the gate goes down, and they split up. Those of you who are, you're able to see that as the wolves walk, all of the ground around their feet turns to a solid sheet of ice. They spread out across the arena, and the warders go for the stones in the center to have a little bit of a height advantage. And in a way, it is good as it allows the halfling to start slinging projectiles with his sling staff. But but all of them relatively close together lets the wolves howl, turn, and then breathe frost out towards them, giving them barely enough time to dive down into the arena to avoid. The half-orc paladin uses his own blessings and pulls one of the wolves in towards him, fighting it from atop the stone stone block in the very center, and the Draken, who is a monk, launches himself onto the back of another and just starts wailing away at it, and with him being that close, breathes out some fire onto it, raising some howls and squawks. The rest of them are pinned down by archery and sling fire, with the cleric using his own crossbow at the one that is left. The cross damage as the wolves back up, throw their opponents off, and breathe on them definitely does a number on them. But clerical and paladinic magic heals some of those up. It is the halfling that manages to take down the first wolf. However, it is not the wolf he is fighting, it is the wolf that the half-orc is fighting. Manages to catch him unaware and knocks him clean out, which allows the half-orc to round on the winter wolf that has the Draken on its back, which has thrown him off, has pinned him to the ground, and is trying to bite down on his face. The half-orc gets most of the way there, and then slips and eats shit. Because basically most of the arena at this point is ice. It is all ice. Those of you who are standing at the gate can hear the Draken yelling like curses and like demands at both the wolf and his companion, who's clambering back up and barely gets to him as the wolf clamps down on the Draken's shoulder. The paladin hits it on the head, knocking it free, takes a bite to the forearm, punches it in the eye, and then brings his mace up, or excuse me, his longsword up and down, and cuts a good portion of the winter wolf's head off. It stumbles, falls, and dies. The third winter wolf has chased the rogue and the fighter and the cleric around for a while, until eventually the fighter gets bored of this, uses his sling staff to catapult himself across, land on the winter wolf, and ride it like a bull, beating the shit out of it with that stick of his, hitting it up around its head and its shoulders. There is a huge laugh from the audience as he beats it near to death, and the others shoot at it with slings and crossbows and bow and arrow, before finally it gives up, collapses to the ground, and sends the halfling flying off, tumbling a couple of yards in the distance. And they come out victorious, battered, but victorious.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah! And Girugamesh starts rattling on the gate.
They come back through, and you hear the Draken just looking to the half-orc saying, "I thought you had hobnails in your boots for this specific thing. I didn't wear them this time. You can't blame me." And he just gestures at his shoulder. "Can I?" He turns to the human and says, "Renard, and you fix it." "Yeah, I'm on it. They go past. And the dwarf, once they go out, has you sit and wait. They obviously has you go to the gates to wait and says, "It'll be about 10 minutes, just give it a moment." Daxius, pick your next two.
All right. As this is happening, Girugamesh,
Yes.
I know you should be waiting in the waiting room for everyone, but do you mind staying and watching my followers for a moment?
Of course. I'd love to assess their growth.
I would like to get your opinions of their combat prowess.
No better person to watch then.
With that, I will pick... I just have to mark off which ones have already gone. I'm going to pick Princess and Othis, so that if Princess gets any shit kicked out of them, Othis can heal them a little bit. Princess is a monk, and Othis is a druid, although not a very powerful one.
Alright, give me that d20 for both of them.
They'd be a good person to bring when we go meet the druid lady.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. First one's for Princess, second one's for Othis. They are connected with nature, but not nearly to the degree your friend is. Still.
My friend. That's right, we are friends.
I'd hope so. Closest thing you can get to a friend, anyway. With a druid.
So they go out. Princess is excited. This is the best day ever.
Lots of stones on the ground to throw around, too.
No!
Damn,
where-
you are two peas in a pod, aren't you?
whereas the other one is much more silent.
Mhm.
The gate closes behind them, and they get out to the center without anything obvious, like, appearing through any of the gates. And they seem to be a bit, like, confused by this, and Princess seems initially disappointed until somebody walks out onto the, like, announcer's booth, begins casting a spell, and then two small portals open, and two creatures come out, flying.
Oh no.
Small,
Oh
skin,
no.
long tail, usual stuff.
Now's a good time to remind the party that we don't have anyone who can hit flying creatures.
was
I
about to
can.
bring that up.
It's gonna be yummy for me.
At least
I was
got the
gonna.
wand of magic missile.
What I do have is I have the coffee pot and I have a potion of fly. So I was gonna be like, well, how fucked are we if we encounter a flying thing? I can hit it and I can do things to it.
I mean,
But
I
I
might be able to actually deal with them.
You have a bow, don't you?
I do. I also have Call Lightning.
I also
that too.
main a crossbow, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I guess maybe
I'm like it's entirely manageable, and I can just take the extra potion of fly and like store it as a touch spell. So it might be better to just honestly keep it as the potion. Now that I think about it, because the only advantage of the touch thing is that I don't have to cast a spell. So yeah, let's just.
I leave that to your purview.
Because, yeah, I'm like, it'd be better to at least be able to keep one person in the fight than to not be able to do anything. So.
I was gonna point out the spells that they have, but they only have Stabilize, Mending, Create Water, and Cure Light Wounds. So let's see how that goes.
Okay. I'm assuming Princess is fighting with their fists.
They actually they primarily fight by throwing shit. So they're just gonna take rocks and just throw them up at the birds.
Well, they are not birds. They definitely do not have any feathers.
Well, whatever the flying things are.
Dragons.
Give me a knowledge planes.
Will do.
Give a little bit of that.
I think at bare minimum a 10 passes. They are imps. Vic
Ah.
sees them appear and is like, okay. The rest of you are like, oh. The
Yeah, I'm just like, la-da-da coffee.
The two imps dive for them, almost gleefully going for it, and Princess manages to nail one right in the face pretty quickly. And as the imp closes on them, they're able to punch it in the face a little bit before taking a nice, claws up the face. The druid, doesn't fare nearly as well as the imp turns invisible.
Ruh-roh, Reggie.
They stand their ground, just sort of waiting, and then finally, down their back, a rake of claws. And then something else hits them hard, and they just go right down onto their knees pretty quickly, swinging the whatever the hell. I'm assuming they have a quarterstaff or a club.
I have it listed. They have the club, yeah.
And shockingly managed to catch the imp, knocking it out of its invisibility, but not doing too much beyond that as they fall to the ground.
Down
With
one
the
goes.
other imp on the ground, Princess leaps on it, grabbing it by its tail while it's down, and then swinging it around like it's a baseball bat, hitting it on the floor until it finally stops moving. and seems very proud of this. It kind of holds it up to show everyone their new toy. And there is like a mixture of laughter and cheers from the audience, which is exactly why, as Princess is turning around, the other imp jumps them, stinging them in the back with its barbed tail.
Ow.
Princess then kind of like goes down a little bit, swings around, hits the other imp, which definitely knocks it to the ground, but tumbles over and falls unconscious before anything else can happen. The same mage who summoned those, older man, lighter skin, kind of darker hair, cropped back, casts the same spell and sends both of the imps, well, the one that's still alive, back to whatever level of hell it came from. And the gates open and two clerics go out like medics going out onto a football field to cart some poor football player off on a stretcher. It's real pretty.
Daxius has no emotional change as this is happening, almost like he had prepared himself for this.
All in all, they still did pretty well.
They got one. That's the only comment he makes.
And they're drawn off. A little bit of time passes, and finally the trumpet blares, and you are taken out onto the field. And this is where we're going to take a 10 to 15 minute break so that we can be all good for when we go into this fight, however long it takes.
Fucking go. I'm so hype.
All right, so we'll be back in, yeah, let's go 8:50 or 8:55. See you then.
Alrighty. Bye-bye. See you then.
Feel.
Okay.
And we're
I
back.
hate him for that too, but like I just want to say I hated him before the pedophile stuff.
All right.
We're not talking about Chris Chan, so don't worry, guys.
Not
Yeah.
this time.
This time we're talking about Dream and how much we would love to take a brick to his head.
Well,
Yeah, but
sorry.
it's gonna be blocked by the mask, so he'll be fine.
That's what the point of the mask is.
Yeah.
Because of more
Protect against the bricks.
Yeah.
Stop it, guys! Stop it!
Alright, well, we are back, and the Gate Crashers are about to go into their first round in the arena.
After that comment, it just got doubled the hit points and
It'll
does
just be
triple damage.
top clones of you guys, except like with 3 times the hit points. It's fine.
Yay!
And they can actually hit things.
Well, more than just the one. So, you guys enter into the arena, and the gate slowly closes behind you. There's clapping and cheering and whatnot. The mayor, who is the one doing the announcers, calls out your name and says, "We welcome them for the first time to the arena, and we will see them facing off against," and like he gestures to the other side and like leans over to have his I guess assistant whisper into his ear as the gate is raised. He does one of these and goes,
Never mind. Not important.
"A clutch of harpies."
Oh. Well, that's cool.
The 4 of them are basically more or less pushed out, and the gate is dropped, and most of them take to wing almost immediately.
I
Were we allowed to have our weapons out ahead of time?
Oh yeah.
I have the coffee potion and I just hold it between Vic and Giru and I'm like, whichever of you wants it.
However, they're not going for you. They go for anywhere else. And you see the first one get to like kind of where they would be getting out of the arena and then hit a fucking invisible wall. And like you see a ripple go down over the dome where the magical barrier is that keeps everything in. There's a couple of screaming and then hitting with the Morning Star before it's like, well shit, we're stuck here.
At this point, could
We
I
have-
cast Ghost Sound?
Sure. Yeah, you got like, a little bit of time because they're trying to escape basically.
Yeah,
Would
I'm
we
gonna-
have time to take shots at them while they're trying to escape?
If you take a shot, we enter into initiative.
I
I
just
prepare my grappling hook.
I just cast Ghost Sound, and it can be up to the volume of 24 humans, however loud that is. I'm gonna go max volume, and I'm just going to echo out. They are not your enemy here. And I just kind of, for flair, they said it was a performance, so I'm adding a little bit of performance to it.
Okay.
So, did you say it was 40 humans?
24 humans is
24 humans.
the volume of the sound.
So a human scream is 125 decibels.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's 3,000 decibels. I'm sure they would be deaf.
Like, yeah, isn't that like several aircraft carriers at that point? Or
Is it?
planes taking off?
I mean, it would be 24 people yelling together, so it would be 24 people yelling at that decibel level. So it would sound like you're at a concert and the crowd is screaming.
Yeah, because I was like, I forget how the system works, but I was like, I don't think it's additive because that'd be just like
Yeah, it's not.
ghost sound fucking implode someone's head.
It'd be hilarious, so that's how it would work.
It says to a maximum of 40 humans, so
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Bless while we're all grouped up.
Yeah, I was looking for one as well. I'm like,
I would say give me buffs, but I don't know how much I'm going to be able to hit these guys.
do you want the potion of fly? I'm still holding it, by the way, between the two of you.
I don't have
Well,
any
I'm like,
and flying.
You could try
But-
and throw rocks, Girugamesh.
that's only if you
I
need to
have
do a maneuver. Like, if you don't have fly, you're gonna have to wait for them to come down, which is the other plan that I have in mind.
I have a grappling hook that I will try and use.
No, you take the potion of fly. I can cast some spells.
Yeah, while you're debating that, I just like shove it into your hand, and I'll finish the incantation where a golden chain pops into existence somewhere nearby. It can't even be summoned close enough to attack them, so thankfully I don't have to worry about that shit.
So Girugamesh has taken the fly potion.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
I will try to knock them down. I guess it's kind of a spiritual weapon.
Well, are we starting the fight now?
Give me one more moment, and we want this to be a little more theatrical, right?
We need to focus on completing the round first.
Oh, if you don't mind, I'm going to get us a few more points. And I'm going to cast Silent Image. And I basically want... I have the disadvantage of the... let me find it. The Umbral Unmasking, the Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
I basically want that to kind of emerge from the ground, grow bigger, and kind of enshroud the entire group. And kind of grow to like a bigger face off the ground. Like a big shadow looming over the entire, like, the entirety of the Gatecrashers. Almost like a protective veil.
Okay.
You can send it up and lower them down. Might be easier to hit them.
All right. Well,
Oh.
ready yourself up on the combat tracker and roll initiative.
Did somebody cast spiritual weapon?
Could I not have taken a shot before?
As soon as
While
you take the
they're-
shot, that's when we will roll initiative.
Did somebody
Yeah.
cast spiritual weapon?
I did. I cast a version of it
Okay.
where it's Chain of
Oh.
Perdition.
Yeah,
I
I
don't-
was also going to cast spiritual weapon, but I get an attack right after, so I didn't want to.
Yeah,
I don't
the
have
chain would swing if there was anything in range, but there isn't. So it has a 10-foot reach.
There's no initiative going right now.
Yes.
Yeah, there is.
There is? It's not. I'm not seeing it
I
on
see
my
it.
end.
I'm not
Yeah,
seeing
it
it.
says for me there's no combat encounter. I can't roll it.
Weird.
So this +3
I'm going
longbow
to
should
re-drag your character out onto the screen.
Okay.
this +3 longbow should get an extra 3 damage, right?
If you have
Yeah,
16
that's the.
strength.
Fuck.
Wait, this
Yeah,
is
so-
saying I get 2 attacks per round? What?
Now there's
Yeah.
two.
Oh?
You have
Your
full
second one
BAB.
should be, yeah, at -5.
Oh,
Oh,
fucking!
okay.
God damn it! There we go.
It says I
And
don't have
now-
ammo, but I feel like I would have.
I still
yeah,
can't roll.
It's like 1 gold for 20 arrows, which is yeah.
You know what? I fucked that up.
Ray, can we say that I actually bought arrows before this? Because I feel like that would have been a.
Yes, it is assumed that if you are here in town, mundane ammunition is reloaded without you needing to do anything.
Oh, okay.
I was also gonna ask if we had enough time before things go down if I could cast a vigor on somebody.
Yeah.
What did you call me?
I said I cast vigor.
Hmm.
I cast vinegar.
Alright, sorry, I had to create an attack for the bow, and then I had to give myself ammo. And now I have to select the ammo that I'm using.
Yep.
So I guess
Did it roll?
I'll throw it to Vic. So we're at least handing out a swath of buffs instead of just putting it all on one.
I mean, I guess if it's a cantrip, you could technically cast it on all of us.
Oh yeah, and then I also have
There's only so
blood.
much time, and
Yeah.
it lasts for a minute.
So what boss do we have on? We have
Not
Bless.
I think it's just Bless and
We love combat, guys.
Okay. So, Gray, those attacks were actually... Where the fuck are they? 14 and 15.
And the range of that is 100. Yeah, I don't think either of those hit. No, they do not.
Well, yeah, I assume not.
well, poo.
So, Joel, do you not see... You still don't see the current tracker?
I don't see the current tracker. I also don't see any enemies on the battlefield.
Refresh the
Yeah.
Foundry.
I will do that.
They're on the other side of the. Yeah.
It just so happens I already had to refresh because it stopped. I had to refresh for the tokens to work on my end, but it wouldn't refresh in Firefox, so I had to go into Edge, of all things. So that might have been part of the problem. Maybe.
Okay, I think my bow is set up properly. Alright, I'm good. Oh, I didn't roll initiative. There we go.
Yeah. Are we just wanting to count this as like a surprise round or something to simplify?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Gotta make sure everybody can see the screen, too.
Might help. Gotta love Foundry.
I love technology, don't you?
So what is this? Kind of like in front of us.
His spiritual weapon?
Oh, okay.
That's
It's a chain of force with a hook on each end. It has 10 feet of reach, but it's not a creature, so it doesn't threaten squares or anything. But it takes up a space so it can provide flanking? Maybe not. I don't know.
spiritual weapon can't provide flanking, so I don't know if I would assume
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
Yeah, I was like, Chain of Perdition is effectively a dressed up version of that. That suffers no mischance for darkness, invisibility, or other forms of concealment. So that would have been my anti-imp spell too.
Alright, I'm all good.
I'll see if I can make a better token for it.
I am in now, and I can see everything. Everything's working.
Good.
As the harpies come out, Sven pops off a quick 2 shots, but he's not an expert with a bow. He's barely even used this thing before. He misses wildly.
Oh, and the things you wanted to buy from Reese, you're able to get. Any shopping that needed to be done.
Nah, I didn't need to
Need
buy
any?
anything. Nah.
Okay. All right. Is that everything for the surprise round?
Well, I think we typically go top down and then from the surprise round. So it's any enemies that are surprised are flat-footed until they take or they're surprised until they take their turn, and they can't make opportunities until it passes their turn.
Right, and I assume
They're
the actions
they're
that
flat.
you have taken were the surprise round, not going forward.
Okay. Then I guess not.
I think
Say again?
Lynn was saying that he hasn't gone.
Oh, you hadn't done anything.
Well, I did the bless. I don't know if you want to count that, but I didn't know if that was
Ah.
part of the preparation thing.
Let's just run
'Cause
down
if not, I
the
was
order
gonna-
again. Daxius.
Wasn't mine the silent image, or are we not counting that towards the surprise round?
We're not counting anything that has happened up to the point. Well, the point once Sven fired the arrows. That's
Okay.
when the surprise round began. So anything that happens or has happened after that would be part of your surprise round. But if it all happened before that surprise or that shots went off, then it's part of the surprise round. So I wanted to keep
well-
things kind of.
Fair enough. Well, in that case, I'm going to use one of my bardic performances and begin a inspire courage.
Okay.
As I just am going to now. I have a question about silent image. The space it can fill is 10-foot squares, but that's not. My question is, can I see through my own illusion? And if they don't disbelieve it, can they not see through it, therefore giving me cover and possibly stealth and possibly sneak attack if I'm in range?
Well, they are 80 feet up, and you are 100 feet away from where they would be 80 feet up. So if you want to calculate a square plus b squared equals the distance from them.
And also, silent image is a figment, so if they don't interact with it, there's no save. It's just, are you a creature with spell resistance? Yes, then it checks spell resistance, and if it fails, then they can see through it. Otherwise, they have to at least throw a rock or come up and poke it.
Okay.
So unless you
So
make the silent image a person that they know, waving at them, and they're like, "Hi," and they don't answer, then that's also interaction. But
fair
a
enough.
rock wouldn't answer, so just make a 10-foot stone block, and then
What if it's a rock they know?
if it's a rock they know, then you're in trouble.
But theoretically,
done more research.
if I
guy.
was in range, would that work? Just
I think if you were in range.
Okay, just asking for future clarification. In that case, well, I'm just going to move a little bit to the side, still within the. This would still be within the shadow, and I'm going to stealth because none of them should be able to see me until they interact with it.
Ooh!
Pretty good.
I just crouch, and everyone just goes, "Must have been the wind."
And your bard level is still 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Here's that Inspire Competence buff if anybody does not have it.
I think.
Thank you. Oh, that's all I can do.
Wait. Oh yeah, you're bard level 4. That's right. Okay.
Yeah. I'm treated as bard level 6 for all my spells because of a trait I have, but my overall level is 4. Yeah.
And I believe the arrows were part of your surprise round. You still have movement, I believe.
Okay, that
I'm
buff is
not
actually
moving
wrong.
forward.
List.
Okay. Girugamesh.
How does the fly spell work, or work if I don't have any points in fly?
So, fly the skill is just if you want to do a complex maneuver. Otherwise, let me see if I can.
Is it just like normal movement?
Yeah, just you have a speed of 60, but you can only ascend or descend half that, so 30 feet for a single movement. But because you can go diagonal, it's usually still I think 30 feet of horizontal movement too.
If you
I'm gonna move 60 feet over here, swing at this harpy. This
there's
is probably
probably
really... What's that? Lan, you're muted.
yeah, there's probably a fly buff that'll add. Yeah.
Yeah, because then how far up are they in the air?
80 feet. It should mark
Yes,
it above their creature.
80
Oh.
feet. Oh, well then I'm just
So-
gonna. I'm just going to ascend. I guess 30 feet.
No, yeah.
You can double move too if you want to.
Then I'll
But, you
ascend
know.
60 feet.
Yeah, up to you if you want to do that or try to ready to swat at them if they swoop down.
No, I'll just do 60 feet.
Okay. Vic.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and cast Spiritual Weapon.
Yep.
Technically the range is 160 feet. So if we're talking diagonals, I can kind of make it, I think.
Yeah, it would fall within.
So I'll just move a little closer.
In a direct line is 90 feet. And you and them.
Cast Spiritual Weapon. And that just targets one creature. Which one did Barry, or did Sven attack immediately, or?
They both missed, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay. I'm just gonna go this one, because it's, like, kind of the closest.
Okay.
So I'll create... I should be able to drop another Spiritual Weapon down. And technically this just stays attached to the character, so if it does move, it'll just follow it. Not that it really matters. But I get to make a single attack as part of that, which is this. 21.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, and 8 force damage.
So, for those of you that aren't as familiar, there is a check in order to do fly. I'm not sure if this does the fly spell impose those same rules.
So
It says using
yes,
fly
but-
only requires as much concentration as walking, so you can attack or cast spells normally.
Okay.
yeah, since it's like a new movement option for you, you can totally charge and all that. The one question that is kind of unanswered is, okay, but can you just, like, during this spell's operation, like, suspend it and fall and then put it back on? Which, I don't know. You still have the Ring of Feather Falling. So...
Well, it's just knowing that
True.
if you catch hands, if you need to make a check to stay aloft.
Yeah, so if you, a flying creature can remain flying at the end of its turn so long as it moves a distance greater than half its speed. So for you, it's 35 feet. But going up costs basically 2 squares of movement for that purpose. So also, if you rise or descend 15 feet, it's fine too. And then you turn up to 45 degrees by sacrificing a 5 feet of movement, or rise at half speed at an angle of 45 degrees. All of that stuff in the fly skill. But basically, only if you do stuff outside of that. The option for doing the fly check is turn greater than 45 feet by spending 5 feet of movement. So I would like to say I have nothing but positives to say about the way that the fly skill works.
Yeah, do you see why
But
I don't like running flying creatures?
It's adapted from the
Or
way that
anything?
movement used to work, and it's still better than it used to be.
Which is
At least
flying.
dragons are permitted to do like one dumb thing while they're flying because they're so massive, and that's better than it used to be, which was, oh cool, if the dragon's coming at me, then I'll just walk past it, because then unless it has a specific feat, it can't turn around midair, it has to land, and yeah, solve a flying creature encounter that way.
Okay, well, if there are any problems with the way I'm using fly, I'm gonna trust you to call it out, because that was a lot.
It's probably fine.
Okay. And Phoenix.
I guess, let's see who's still close by. Well, I guess and that harpy right here. How distant is she from the weapon?
Yours?
Mhm.
Shit.
Or wait, oh, that's Vix. My bad.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
next. Yours is down there.
That's my problem. Is I swap right back, and I was like, oh, it's moved right next to it.
40, so it's
No,
60 feet.
Okay, in that case, who's more likely to be hit? Girugamesh, but he's not anywhere nearby me. So I'm gonna just go with the backup plan, which is, yeah, we're just gonna move up and move the chain then.
Okay.
So I can move that 30 feet, and I'm gonna make that 15 feet in the air if it doesn't reposition on its own.
You can
And
set
that's it for me.
like on items or your own height by back-clicking on your token, and on the left side, second from the top, there is a number with like a up symbol that shows like how far off the ground or under the ground you are.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, I think I needed to hit enter on that. There it is.
Yep.
Also, I added the spiritual weapon name under mine so we can differentiate.
Yeah,
Okay.
no worries. I just got to figure out how to make a token of that. But that's gonna do it for me.
Okay. That brings us to the top of the turn order, or turn 1. The harpy that is the farthest to the left, goddamn this chair, is going to move. Over here, which brings it right up against the force field with the near the where the mayor and the other dignitaries are sitting, and it turns around and begins to sing. Everybody give me a will save, including the tiger.
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Remember that I opened the spiritual weapon token.
Yeah, no, your spiritual weapon is not yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Yeah, so technically that would be 23 for Vic,
Does not
or
matter.
higher. Yeah.
I think technically mine would be like maybe a 45.
So Daxius and Sasha, you are the two that failed. So on your turn, the only thing that you can do is walk towards where the creature is flying at your land speed
Oh.
until you pass the check again.
Does that kill inspire competence?
If
Or
he
courage.
stops dancing,
Would that stop me from dancing?
No.
I'm just
If it's
captivated.
take no other action, yes.
The victim, remember the effects of captivating song, moves towards the harpy using the most direct means available. If the path leads them into dangerous areas, such as through fire off of a cliff, that creature receives a second saving throw to end the effect before moving into peril. Captivated creatures can make no actions other than to defend themselves. A victim within 5 feet of the harpy simply stands and offers no resistance to the harpy's attacks. The effect continues for as long as the harpy sings and for 1 round thereafter. This is a sonic mind-affecting charm effect, and the save DC is charisma based.
So,
Shit.
yeah, our comment.
Well. Yeah.
Unless
Sorry,
you have, like,
guys.
sustained performance or something.
No, I don't, so unfortunately. I had to pour all of that stuff. That's a feat, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, I had to pour all my feats into crossbow stuff.
Yeah. Oh well.
The rest
Still
of you
got the one.
are now immune to that harpy song. Not all harpy song, just one sung by that one.
Oh.
Yeah. Which brings us to Daxius.
I am going to use all my movement to just... hold on. Let's... Like I have to dash too?
I don't think so. I think it's just your movement.
Okay. Get me there then. The image will still stay up though, right? Oh, it's concentration.
I don't think that breaks concentration necessarily. You just stop dancing.
Okay. Well, that's still up then, and that ends my turn. Oh wait, I get a saving throw at the end, right? Or no?
I'm gonna go with yes, because it doesn't say. Basically, it seems to just imply that if you fail, that's it.
I mean, I'm fine with that if that's the rules, but it's up to you.
Is he fascinated?
No, it's captivated.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's its own thing. Because it's as long as the harpy remains singing, which I assume is its an action on its part. Probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's basically all it can do.
Well,
Sven, you're up.
doesn't taking damage have a chance of knocking you out of it?
I believe so, yes. It doesn't say as much, but I'm going to say as much.
Guys, I have a crazy idea.
Spike path?
I cast spike growth around us.
That would not be helpful because the only person who's captivated is out of range
For
and
now.
a cat.
And the cat.
And he's not going to get any closer. Yes, for now, but he's not going to get any closer.
Yeah, they won't land on it. Probably.
Yes, however, it will do damage to us if we move towards these harpies.
So
Yeah,
why not
but
cast it closer to the harpies then instead of just on us?
Does my DR apply?
Yes.
Then cast it. It's what, 1d3?
Also,
Yeah,
you're flying.
It's 1d4 damage.
Oh,
You're flying.
1d4? Oh, I am flying.
Yeah, so it wouldn't affect
I
your
double
range.
don't care. So yeah, go ahead, Sven, do it.
And we would get a save every time we would take damage, I would believe. Okay. So
Yeah, the effect continues as long as it sings on one round after. So we just got to stop it singing, basically.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops. Now I move. Oh, that's a 10. Okay, hold on. These are 10. My bad. These are 10-foot squares. I want 20-foot squares.
Oh shit.
That's a 20-foot square, right?
Looks like it to me.
Yeah, looks
Yeah.
good to me.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, let's move these around. Apologies, this might take some time.
We're experts at taking our time, so don't worry.
Take your time.
yeah, I just realized that I was about to be like, maybe this effect will work, and then I didn't have the spell, and I'm like, I'm really sure I had that.
Right. I cast Spike Growth, and I don't think you take damage immediately if you're standing, but it's if you move.
If you just post it, as if you're
I
casting it.
Yeah. Hold on.
But
Yeah, moving on foot into or through a spell's area. Okay.
right, but doesn't that just give Daxius one more saving throw?
Where is he? Oh, yeah, my bad.
Oh, such a beautiful song.
Well, I
Reminds
guess he
me
was
of my
already that close.
homeland.
I'm gonna actually space these out so that there's like safe zones.
Oh, thank you. I was just about to be like, yeah, now I acrobatics checks to jump on the pillars. Unless those got spike growthed. Which could be unpleasant.
I don't know. Would they
It can't
grow
be
on
on bears.
furniture?
It can't be on bare stone.
Yeah.
Okay.
It actually can be on unworked stone, but
It says the first line of spike growth says any ground covering
yeah.
vegetation in the spell's area.
in areas of bare earth, roots and rootlets act in the same way.
Yeah.
Except open water, ice, heavy snow, sandy desert, or bare stone.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So those are the areas,
Okay.
Okay.
and since that completes at the end of my turn, Sasha has already moved. So that's my turn.
All right, Girugamesh.
Hell yeah.
Fuck him up!
I don't know if I can reach any of them from here. But I can move 60 feet now.
Let's get the one that's enthralling Daxius.
This one over here. Well, I'm trying to ping it, but
That one. Or
oh,
left.
that one. Oh, I didn't even see that one over there. Yeah, I'll go get that one. So I can move 40. Token collide. Yeah, this is 35 feet. And then it's at 80, right?
It's at 50.
50. Okay, I'm at 60. So
You can make it.
I'm gonna drop down and hit it with my hammer, and if anyone has a problem with that, then I'm sure someone will say something.
Oh, it's singing so well.
Oh my god! Oh
Holy shit!
Nice.
Well,
Holy fuck!
Okay, I know how I want to do this.
red mist.
Yes, I want to smack it. It's hard if it kills it. I don't know if it does. I want to smack it against the barrier because it's right in front of those two seats where I'm assuming the judges are sitting. I want to smack it against that barrier and mix it.
Water ride the audience. Play with blood.
Turn one, Girugamesh flies and smashes an enemy into red mist against the judges.
You hit it, you don't kill it.
I don't kill it.
What?
Oh, that would have been so cool. All right, time for
Hold
my. I'm gonna
He
move.
did 56 He did like 70 damage.
No,
Yeah,
it's 50.
we did.
What?
He wouldn't have got the second attack.
Yeah. It's just
Oh. Still, 56 damage and it's alive?
Wait, a 23 doesn't
It
hit?
says
No, you only get one
hits,
attack.
But
Oh, I get one attack.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but he did 56 with that crit.
Oh well. It's if it's still alive, it's still alive. We'll kill it next turn.
like wait, the one hammer has ×3 crit? Oh.
I'm scared, guys.
Yeah, I definitely thought harpies were little weaklings.
No.
Oh well. Gray gave us a very nice challenge for our first round. We thought we were gonna walk in this, get the golden laurels, and walk out, but apparently we're not. So
fuck no. Oh man. Fucking good hit though. Holy shit.
I admit I was too cocky. I thought I was gonna kill it, but you know who would have thought that a 56 wouldn't have killed a harpy?
It's very
If you
close to being killed.
Yeah, if you hover over it, it says near death. So you've done more than enough. Someone just needs to fucking breathe on it and it dies.
Hopefully, that knocks his concentration out.
Oh yeah, would it have to make a concentration? I don't know how it fucking
shockingly,
works.
it doesn't say it's concentration. It just has to spend its standard action maintaining it.
Okay.
All right then.
So it's something similar, but it's probably a supernatural ability, so there's no.
Yeah, it's not a spell that it's casting. It's an innate ability.
Yeah, supernatural abilities are suppressed in any magic field, but otherwise just, you can't do anything to disrupt it, probably,
Mm-hmm.
other than killing it.
Okay. The harpy swings past you, Girugamesh, swinging its morning star and slashing at you with its talons, with a 24, a 23, a 16, and a 4 to hit.
The first two hit.
Doing 16 and 8 damage. Slashing.
So 24 minus 6, so 18.
Yeah. All right. These things hit kind of hard.
Alright, that's its turn. Vic, you're up.
Okay, I am going to use my move action to send the spiritual weapon over to the one that's paced, just about paced. And I don't think there's, as long as it's within range, it doesn't have any like movement
Feeling
like,
like
necessities.
that? I
We're not going to get into that
can't believe it.
because
I can't believe it.
I'm not gonna tell you how many times you've stolen my kills.
How much movement does that get?
It doesn't actually have a specific movement. It's just within range. I can.
That's to cast it, to summon it.
Like it.
No, it's. So
Realize
I read through it like 4 times to try to figure it out, but it doesn't have any like specified movement. It just says as a move action, you can redirect it to another target within range.
Wow, that's kind of broken, because usually it's supposed to be like 15 or 20 feet.
Wait for for the spiritual weapon, as its main feature is its long range, because it does like a D8 plus 2.
Yeah, it's D8 plus caster level over 3. It's like 0 damage.
Yeah, and it doesn't use any of your bucks, your bucks. Yeah, your buffs, because it's just a thing.
Well, I think it does. It counts as a spell attack.
It's
Okay.
like
yeah.
none of your it says none of your combat actions affect it.
Yeah.
So presumably, like even if I cast haste, I can't target it with haste because it's an object, and I guess that's what I think they might mean.
So
They
feats
use
in
it
combat.
for
Yeah.
bonus.
So feats and combat actions do not affect it, but I think Bless would because that just affects all attack rolls.
Okay.
Yeah, well that's true because you're right. It'd be like a spell attack.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the roll.
Yeah,
So
that's what I was saying.
Mhm.
Like I can't use power attack with it, obviously.
I'm glad I did prepare divine favor. Then that makes that a little bit
And that
a
does
little
it.
better.
Yeah, it just comes spiral. Just the morning star comes spiraling through the wall like a helicopter blade, and just.
Oops. Wrong one.
I like to imagine that it was like currently pinned against the invisible wall by Girugamesh's hammer, and then the morning star just comes in and obliterates its head.
Nope.
Or we could say it bounced off the wall and then got caught by the morning star.
Yeah, like a slam dunk.
Yeah, like a slam dunk. Like I
Alright.
set it up and you bam.
So
You know, that'd probably be more impressive because it's showing that we work as like a team, you know, for those extra points for the judges. Because this is pretty spectacular, guys, right? Right?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, Girugamesh almost does the job, and the spiritual weapon comes flying in like a fucking meteorite and just finishes the job, crushing it basically everything from the clavicle up into paste as what is remaining slides down the barrier to the top of the gate arch. Those of you who are affected by the captivating song, you are released.
That's all I do.
I think it's 1 round after that it
Oh
drops.
yeah, one
Yeah.
round after.
That's true, but
Uh,
doesn't it say that they have to like advance towards the creature? Because technically now it's an object. If it's just dead.
It's a piece of meat shaped like a harpy.
It doesn't really
Yeah.
say.
Like there's no wrong interpretation because essentially it's like
I'm gonna
If you wanna
say that
do
you
it-
just do nothing.
Okay.
So
That's
you won't
probably
move
what I
forward
would've
to take the damage,
Oh.
but you won't.
Yeah. So I still have a standard technically, but I also wanted to take the opportunity to run a knowledge skill on it.
Okay.
Which one would that be? Dungeoneering, I assume.
Say humans,
What kind of...
still humans?
So monstrous humanoid, so that might be nature? Which one is
We're like
monstrous humanoid?
Arcana. It's. I just default to guessing Arcana whenever I forget because it ends up being at like half the time.
I'm gonna go with
Monstrous-
nature because
Yeah, monstrous, yeah. Monstrous humanoid's nature.
Oh, good.
because they're
Okay.
magical,
And this would-
but like not really. I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Magical Beast makes more sense for like Arcane, but honestly, also Nature because they're like an owl bear is a magical beast, and it has no magical abilities.
Yep, so 23
It's
total.
magic.
And what would you like to learn?
So I guess we already figured out the whole captivating song thing, so special attacks is probably... Oh, Jesus, excuse me. Probably not super helpful. Maybe... I think I can do things like AC and any DR. Probably... I think... How many do I get? It's like...
I think it's 1 plus another one for each 5 that
Yeah.
you beat the DC by.
Yeah, so the DC is 10 plus CR for general. Common monsters are 5, so I don't know if this would common. So,
Either way, 10 plus
Dude.
C would be 15.
so I would get 2 questions.
Yep.
Yeah. So I guess if they have any like special defenses, DR, healing, something like that.
They do not have DR, regen, or fast healing.
Okay. I don't know. I guess I still like attacks. So any other special attacks outside of the captivating song?
Well, you saw it use its melee weapons and then slash using its massive talons.
Okay, so natural weapons and weapon attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if this would count as a full extra question, but like, do they speak common, or do they understand languages? If you don't want to answer that, that's fine as well. I'd accept that.
I mean, possibly. I think by base. Well, I'm gonna say they generally do.
Okay, just generally, a maybe is good enough for me.
Yeah.
Okay, and for that, I'm going to use my standard to. It's like shift click that you gotta. Does that say 20? Yeah. So I'm just gonna move a little closer.
Okay.
And I've rotated. There we go. And that be my standard and my move, and I'm not gonna do any of my swift, so that'll be it.
Okay. Okay. Moving over here and is take a guess. Give me a will save. Those that are presently captivated do not need to make a roll.
All right. I'll take it.
Oof.
Oh, Sasha fails again.
Well, Sasha wouldn't need to make the roll because she's presently captivated.
Oh, right.
The DC is 16.
Oh god.
So, yeah, I think Girugamesh is the only one that failed.
Yep.
Phoenix, yeah, you hit it, so you're good.
Just barely squeaked by. Holy shit.
Just
next
ignore all
round,
the
you guys will need
all
to
the
make
all the
that
sweat dripping off the back of my head there.
roll. Which brings it to your turn.
Cool. Well then, fuck what I was going to do because I also realized I wanted to be fancy and throw a bunch of buffs on myself, and Divine Favor would not, in fact, give a bonus damage on Spiritual Weapon. So instead of that, let's be like, I'm tired of hearing this song. And we're going to summon a Nosoi, which is like it's a songbird with a porcelain mask.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
And I'm going to summon it at max range away from myself, which is 40 feet. I think... What is it? Yeah, we can probably just put it over here. And let's see. So how far up is she in the air?
80.
Oh. Well then. I guess it's gonna be, and excuse you. Can't have ice cream either. So, as a standard, then take out a small bag and candle, which both levitate in the air before disappearing, and the bird shows up on the spike growth, and then proceeds to not move through it because it just flies. So we're gonna move. Let's see, 25 feet would be probably right here.
So it's 10 feet off the ground.
Well, it'll be its fly speed is 50,
Okay.
and actually that's true, because yeah, I can just have it make the fly check to fly up at greater than a 45-degree angle. And that is a DC 20.
Yep. Doesn't have to roll
So
very
it gets,
high.
yeah, it gets a plus 17
Yep.
on the roll.
Wow.
Cool. It just made it.
barely.
It kind of like, yeah, it looks like it's like not well or something for a second when it's flying up this greater distance. So let's see. So the diagonals that I moved is 15 feet, right?
This is what it looks like, by the way.
Yeah. So we're gonna have it go 35 feet up, and after that, it starts to sing. So all living and undead creatures within a 60-foot spread from it, it's a DC 14 will save to avoid being fascinated. I think we're all out of range.
Okay. Well, you lucky bastard.
And it works as long as it maintains the song too.
Okay.
But yeah, they're fascinated, which means if they get attacked, they, I think, might automatically break out of it.
Okay. Well, its
So,
song
yeah.
ends as it rolled a 10. And yeah.
Nice. And I'm gonna 5-foot step over here, and let's just go ahead and do part of what I was gonna do anyway. So I guess as a move action, then I take out one of the fervor vials that I have, and I'm assuming like snap off the top or something and just drink it, because it's a better fail-safe than trying to uncork something. And we're gonna go ahead and cast. Yeah, why not? Let's just. We're gonna pop Shield of Faith on ourselves as a swift action.
Alright.
And that's gonna be it.
Okay, that one does nothing. Daxius, you do nothing as well.
Yep.
Sven, Sasha does nothing, but you have your turn.
Boy. I don't really think this bow's gonna do too much damage. But I don't really want to use my lightning strike thing yet, considering we still have 2 more rounds after this. So I guess I'm just gonna try shooting. I want to shoot at one that hasn't started singing yet.
That would be left or top.
We'll go top.
Does the bird's fascination get broken if it takes damage?
Mhm.
It does?
Yeah. I think Fascinate drops automatically.
So you may not want to attack that one, but... Oh.
Well, since we've already, or at least I've already passed the save of the one that Birch is fascinating, I was going to try and put some damage into some of the other ones.
Oh, I thought it was fascinating both of them, not just that one.
One pass.
I was trying to, but I don't think I've got enough range with the...
I think it is. It's vertical distance and horizontal distance. If you just split the two, that's what the distance is.
Yeah.
So it's...
Well, plus I was also like, it probably just made the save. Like, it's just how it works. It's only an easy 14.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one is not fascinated, so that one's fine.
But yeah, anyway, I shoot at the one of the ones that isn't fascinated and also hasn't sung yet.
Okay, left or top? Oh, well.
Yeah, I said top.
Okay, yeah, the top one hits, the bottom one does not.
I figured. And that's my whole turn.
Alright. Girugamesh, you move towards the harpy that sang. I guess it lasts for a round afterwards, and that is it.
That was this one?
No, it's this one.
All right.
Shoot. That one?
Yep.
Okay. Am I moving my full action?
I think so. It just says use your move action. Or let me read it again actually. Does it say all move or does it just say move action? Using the most
I don't think it's requires you to sprint or dash or whatever.
So yeah, just
Because-
using regular basic. Yeah, it doesn't say one way or the other, so I'm just gonna say it's regular movement.
So 60 feet towards that guy.
Yeah. Alright.
I think that was 50.
That was 60. I think. That was right here. Maybe it was 55.
No, I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's fine.
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
It's kind of 6 one, half dozen the other, really.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alright. And my turn.
You'll take a shot from that one, which with a 16, which I do not think hits. At least I assume so. I don't know if because I can't find captivated as a like status effect.
Yeah. It's its own condition, I guess.
So
But it basically is fascinated.
okay.
It doesn't break if they're threatened, I guess. So they just stand there and get ripped to shreds, and they're like, "This is pretty cool."
He just stands quietly taking no other actions and it's -4 on skill checks. Okay. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
it seems-
it doesn't affect anything else. Cool.
Okay.
Good to
I'm
know.
wondering if that's like a holdover from 3.5 or something, because it
It is,
seems like
yeah.
that would, it seems like they should at least have a little bit more. It's like a keyword, but it's not a defined keyword.
Yeah, and it's not even like a condition that's even available in like the sheet, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, I think it's their own original, better fascinated that only Harpy can do.
Yeah. Oh boy, limitations of things.
Unfortunate thing about the way that that's written is I'm pretty sure if one harpy just sings and everyone fails, you're just kind of done. It just takes turns trying to see if it can kill you before the song wears off, which it can just keep doing.
Okay. And I think that's one. And then... Okay. The harpy on the left swoops down towards Daxius with a 24, an 11, and 19 to hit.
The first one hits.
11 bludgeoning / piercing damage. Or not 11, excuse me, 8. I can read.
All right. Oh, fucker.
Vic, you're up.
Okay. Let's see if I can. What is it? Control? Yeah. So I assume it's 5 feet off the ground, but would being in the corner here still be within melee range?
I think so, because I'm not doing 5, 10, 5. I'm just doing 5, 5, 5. The movement, because
Okay.
It makes more sense. I guess that's another holdover.
Yeah. So the spiritual weapon, I'm not using that this round. It just returns to me.
Okay.
Doesn't do anything.
I was like,
And
oh yeah.
and
It auto attacked, but I think it killed the last thing. So
yeah, it stays on the enemy until either it dies or I choose a new enemy, which is a move action. So just going to make a single attack with the new and improved Fenrir's Bite with power attack.
Okay. Yep, it most definitely hits.
Okay,
Nice.
here comes the intimidate check. Only a 26.
Only a 26.
Actually, only a 28. Sorry.
Which
Uh,
is
so-
shaken.
It's shaken for
Not stirred.
Yeah.
Important.
what's its CR, if you don't mind me asking.
It's 7, I believe.
Okay, so the DC would be
No, it's 5.
it's
excuse me.
DC 15 plus whatever its wisdom modifier is, which is whatever you want to say it is. I don't know if you want to. No, there's no wisdom.
No, which is 1.
Okay, so it's shaken for 1 round plus 5 for every by which I pass the DC. So if it's 16, then I pass it by 2.
Okay.
So it's shaken for 3 rounds. If I'm mathing correctly. Foundry
That's
seems
what's
to be causing the real fear. I'll remember. It's probably going to be dead before the 3 rounds
might
goes
not
through.
need to
So,
worry about it.
but yeah,
Okay.
that's a standard in the move. So that's it for me.
Okay. 20. Moving. Five. So make your attacks. That. There. And then moving. Okay. So, okay. It swings past Girugamesh, making a 14, 15, and an 8 to hit.
14,
then-
15, 18 does not hit.
Keeps moving towards the Nisoi. Phoenix, you're up.
Is that a flyby?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Full flyby. So yeah, the Nosoi, I'll go ahead and direct as a free action mentally to stop singing, and instead sound burst this one that's right adjacent to it which I was just trying to get up here. But yeah, it's a 10-foot area, but it's the only one that's going to be getting caught in that. And it's a DC 15 Fortitude save. Does do a D8 damage.
With a 16, it saves.
Nice. Well, nonetheless, the Nosoi at that point is gonna have to fly away, as it turns out. So he'll have to move 25 feet.
I guess the Harpy will get a swipe.
Yes,
With a 26 to hit,
it does.
doing 10 damage.
Okay. It only takes 8 because it's got adamantine DR.
Okay.
It did only 2 then.
Hey.
Yeah. Fancy Birdo. I think I need to move a little further. There we go. Alright. So, first miniature turn out of the way. The second one, I'll go ahead and direct the Chain of Perdition to move over here. And let's see, that Harpy is just 5 feet in the air, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that comes the one thing I didn't think about, which I'm like, oh, okay. So it uses... Let me pull up the spell again just to make sure I'm getting it right. I believe my caster level and my wisdom for a combat maneuver, which it can be the dirty trick, blind or entangle, drag, reposition, and trip combat maneuvers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, using your caster level in place of your combat maneuver bonus. So it does all of this stuff with my attack. So my attack just got increased by 3. Thanks to Bless and Divine Favor. So we can just get my CMB here. So I need... Yeah. Need that to be 9 higher. To try and a trip.
I'm pretty sure that definitely works.
Alright.
I'm not even going to look at its CMD. Because it can't be that high.
Alright. Yep, so it falls however much things normally fall, and then it hits the floor prone.
Okay.
So hopefully that helps. And, let's see. Is it within 30 feet of me, though? It looks like it might be if I take a 5-foot step. Does that work?
Should be 30 feet from it now, yeah.
Cool. Then, I'll go ahead and use, Hypoth Appearance, which I think is just a standard on its own, and then the actual use is a standard, so that should be it. Yeah, as long as the spell's effects persist, so. Alright. That's all I got.
So that's something, it's an illusion.
For what?
For the Quipoth Appearance.
Oh, it's I think it's transmutation. Yeah.
Okay.
It makes you into a horrible plant. Basically pre history abomination.
Okay. Yep. think I was looking for that ability and I couldn't find it. Or not ability, spell.
I was like, yeah. I was like, I think I found it in here, and then that's the only place that I've seen it.
It's probably some
So I was
weird,
like,
like, adventure path or something like that they just threw it in there. It, however, did
Yeah.
roll an 18. And we'll save, which I shared with everyone.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it regardless, but I was trying to say that using it as a standard, and then to activate its effect as a standard, so I can't even do that in the same round anyway.
Oh, I just assumed it was.
Yeah, it's a weirdo one. That's why, like you say, I'm like, it's probably from an adventure path. It's a little
Yep.
goofy.
So it looks like the spell like has base effects, and then you can use a standard action to do something else with.
Okay. There's a base effect, and then you can add something on top of it.
hmm
Okay, so that the extra turn isn't to make it take effect; it is to make it take an additional effect. That
Yeah.
makes way more sense.
Yeah, it takes like, it's like Call Lightning, but since its effect is like it paralyzes things, I'm like, yeah, that's fair.
Okay. This thing's dropped. Okay, move over here, take my swipes. And then move away. I think only one of those passes with a 22. And that was its Talon. On you, Girugamesh. So the Harpy only just basically moves, does another flyby attack. The Morningstar definitely misses very badly. One of the Talons manages to rake off of your armor, and then the 22, I assume, hits.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I don't have rage on. It might not hit. Oh, it does hit.
Okay. Doing 14 damage. Slashing.
Thank you.
Daxius, you're up.
All right. Is anyone charmed or fascinated,
I am.
enthralled, whatever? You are. Okay.
For now. It ends
I
after this turn.
I don't know that though.
Yeah.
So
Sasha
I.
charmed.
Oh, Sasha is.
No, hers ended at the same time.
You're right. Never mind.
Yeah, it can't. Even though he rolled, it can't stack. So she was
I think-
already charmed by
I think
something.
I'm the only
So
one.
Well, this. I'm just going to. I'm going to run towards the center of the arena, and I assume the Harpy gets an attack of opportunity on me.
they're prone.
They're prone.
you will
Oh
take-
shit! They're prone.
Yeah, they're prone.
That's
Oh,
the one
fuck.
next to you, yeah.
I
Also, you'd
could
be running through
stab
5
it.
squares of rough terrain, and
I would. Right. I forgot about the.
Stabs you.
taking 1d3 per square.
Right, hold on.
1d4 per square.
Oh, 1d4.
And you have to
Sorry,
make,
it's
yep. And you have to make the save every 5 feet. So
Yeah, I think
it's been
it's
a hot minute since I've had a turn.
yeah.
yeah, Barry, is spike growth magic damage, or am I thinking of spike stones? Because I know one of them just straight up
I think
is
it's
like, hey,
physical.
VDR.
I'm pretty sure it's physical.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
Oh,
physical
okay.
as well.
Yeah, because I'm like, it is like a second level spell for some classes, so I'm like, damn, if that's the case, then it's just like cast that,
Yeah, it's a
max
second
out the
level
amount of
spell.
distance, and then someone just goes, command, come here, and they just fucking shred themselves to death, and I'm like, jeez.
Yeah, no, it's a second level spell for me.
Yeah. I'm like, that's a pretty killer combination at like 3rd level.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, I think instead, I can't really do what I was thinking of doing. So if I do that, no, I'd be out of range. So I'm going to instead take move 10 feet up here. I take 2d4 of damage. Who's rolling that?
You have to roll first. It's reflex saves against the damage.
Oh, I'm great at
Make
reflex
a
save.
reflex save against each individual damage.
Never mind, I'm not great.
So,
You could jump.
there you
Make the DC like 5 or 10 acrobatics check to jump like 5 feet.
Shit, I already did it. I'll just take. I'll remember that for next time though. I forgot I can do that.
Yeah, I think Sven should roll the damage.
Yeah.
You
It's
want?
true. You did do it to him.
Yeah, do it to me. Come on, bring it.
All right. How many times am I rolling?
Once I think. I'll take it. Ow.
Oh, did you? Okay, you did make the save.
And then, now that I'm flanking, I'm going to bust out the daggers of doubling. The dagger of doubling. Should I say? Well, I need to double check what it says. What's it cost? Oh, it's a swift action. Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to swift action, double them, look them over, show me what you're worth, flip them over, and just stab down at the prone enemy.
Okay.
Which they lose their bonus, their dex bonus to AC, right, when they're prone?
Yes.
So if these hit, I get sneak attack.
You only get 1 because you moved more than 5 feet.
Yep, you're right. Yeah, I think that's right. Shit.
Man, even with the lower to flat-footed. No, that you rolled with your sling blade.
Oh, did I? Oh,
Yeah.
well, that should be 12 instead then.
You didn't add your dex.
Is it not? With that, hold on. I'm gonna
Or
just.
no, never mind. You don't have weapon finesse with daggers, I assume.
No, I don't.
Then never mind.
That's something that Tari has. Again, all crossbow stuff
Even
for me.
with the 12. Yeah.
Missed out on that sweet 1 damage.
Yeah. It would have been more, and they would have gotten bleed if I fucking hit them.
The blade glances off of the almost cheap-looking chain armor that it's wearing and just goes into the ground beside it.
This motherfucker! I'm never fucking using you again unless I have to. Fucking immediately pissed off and angry. Nothing has gone this way this entire fucking time. That's all I can do.
Then, you and Sasha.
Can you guess what I'm gonna do, Steve?
You're gonna shoot arrows?
I'm gonna shoot arrows, Steve.
Who's Steve?
Steve from Minecraft?
I thought we weren't going to be Minecraft
Those
YouTubers.
both hit.
Brothers.
Hell yeah. That's my turn.
Who are you shooting?
Which one are you shooting?
Same target I was shooting at before.
Which...
I think it was that one.
This one.
Okay. Well, I think I'm still entranced, right?
I think.
I think you break out now.
Yeah.
Do I break
It's
out now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just don't do anything. And that's it.
Well, no, I thought last round he didn't move. Or
Unless any did move.
no, yeah, it's if it's round 3, then yeah. Never mind.
Okay. Alright, so I just don't
Oh,
do
I'm never
anything.
using this creature again. Holy shit, this is way too much effort.
I remember the exact situation in another game where it was like the DM was like, "Oh, I'll use harpies," and then we all got confused about the compulsion effect, and nobody knew what was going on, and it took 10 hours.
Damn. Quick point of question. Flanking gives me +2. Would a 14 have hit?
Well,
Yes, actually.
flanking gives you +2.
A 14 would have.
Yes.
Another thing is that being prone gives you a +4 with a melee attack, but not with a
It
ranged
does?
attack. Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry. That is
So you
so
should be-
backwards
if you're
from what I'm
getting
used to.
Yeah, well, because they just were like, here, just do advantage, and then would you get multiple sources of advantage? Okay, whatever. But
Well,
the real thing in this game is you get them flanked, you get them on the ground, you like entangle them and throw all these stacks of things on them, and then you're like, you get like +10 to your hit.
Okay.
Hit them on like a 2.
No, I think
So-
prone just applies against AC. It's a -4 penalty to AC attacks.
Or a
Oh, I
+4
misunderstood.
bonus against range attacks, unless they're right next to you and they just like point down and shoot you.
Yeah.
Either way, you would definitely still get that sweet 1 extra damage.
Actually,
That's
it'd be 1 plus 2d6.
Okay.
First time I've gotten sneak attack damage in a while.
Jesus Christ.
And they also, unless they're immune to it, are bleeding for 2 damage a turn.
Okay, no, they're not, for how long? Or until it's just...
Until
it's
they
gone?
decide to use a turn up, as a whole like standard action up to try and do a DC 15 heal check to stop the damage.
Okay, well, it used this turn to stand up, which invokes both of your,
Yep.
attack
Opportunity
opportunity.
attacks.
With the
Okay.
+4 bonus.
Yeah, I'm really hoping this
And
is...
flanking.
Yeah, I
So
get
plus
so
6, wouldn't it? Because we're flanking and
the attack goes through when it's still got the prone condition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's got this AC penalty, and then I have outflank, so I also have another 4 from outflank.
Wait, another 4?
so
Yeah.
that
Or is
what?
it 2?
No, 2 is base flanking, 4 is outflank.
Okay.
Ah,
Because I was
so you have
like,
plus
it would
6.
give you
It's
plus 6 to
8.
hit. That's insane.
No.
It's so good.
No, you don't get the
turn-
+4. It's +2 for you, and it's +4 for me. The
I
prone
understand.
condition just applies to the AC, so we don't need to worry about that.
So to clarify, you have plus 6, I have plus 4 then.
No, you have +2, and I have +4. You're getting an extra +4 from something that I don't know.
Right, I thought it was because
The
it was
extra-
prone.
We don't get a
yeah.
bonus from +4. That just applies to its AC.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
It's
I'm
that's a
super
much
smart,
easier
guys,
way
don't
of
worry.
doing it.
Yeah.
So you don't worry about that. Just add +2 to your attack.
all right. Let's go.
Yeah, that definitely hits, and that definitely hits.
And since I still got power attack on, I get another Cornigan smash. So it's shaken for another
I'm not
What,
even
what?
adding it.
5 rounds.
Yeah, I'm not even adding it.
Just yeah, that's fine. I just like rolling.
Blurga, blurga, blurga.
Can sneak attack be added outside of my turn?
Yes,
It can. Okay.
as long as you're
Is-
flanking, it still applies.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the nice thing about
I'm
rogues
just
in
gonna
this
give
game is
this
that
to you, Joel.
Oh, all right.
How would you like to do that?
I stab it down with the first attack. It tries to get up, and the image I have, the silent image of the giant shadow with like I'm gonna have its like face kind of morph into like a wolf's face and kind of like crouch behind Vic, and Vic's gonna like I'll let you do something. I'll stab down on it, like cut off one of its wings, and I'm actually gonna give the kill to you, Vic, as the shadow is gonna actually dive up as you swing and is going to swallow it while you do your final blow.
Got a slight adjustment to that just for cinematic sake.
Okay, yeah,
So
yeah.
you start off by as it's like trying to flap its wing up, you bring the dagger down, cut off one of its wings. As it's still trying to get up, it starts falling again, at which point Vic just underhand swings the Morning Star and just knocks the skull of the thing off entirely.
As the wolf head of the shadow just right after you, just swallows it right after you smash it.
And you hear from Fenrir's bite, does not taste like chicken.
I would imagine not.
What was that?
He I imagine that any amount of trying to explain would be not a great time at this point.
I think everybody here is able to hear that, except for Girugamesh.
Well, he can. I guess if he was trying to talk to everybody.
No, he's too far away. And Fenrir's
Okay.
bite is telepathic, not audible, verbal.
Oh yeah, I just didn't know if he was like talking to just me or to everybody.
No, yeah, to everybody within 60 feet.
Okay.
Which is everybody but Girugamesh, because he's too far.
Ripperoni.
Alright, you're up.
Okay. These things are still up in the air, so I'm not going to bother trying to futz with doing a full move. Just going to move action, send spiritual weapon over to the guy who's already kind of injured. and makes a single attack.
Does not
Probably
hit.
not.
Not shocking.
All right. And a standard. Just for funsies, I'm gonna. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that because that would only give me 10. Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't pass through. You go, over there and then corner, and that'd be fine.
Okay. But I don't have any swifts I want to use here, so that'll be it.
Okay. What was that one? Okay, it's gonna go up 1 feet. Move over here and make its attacks.
Spiritual weapon follows. Actually, I think it'd technically be here because it's supposed to come from my direction.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That is a no, and that is also a no. Fernix, you're up.
Okay. Let's see. He's still. Well, she's still 60 feet up. I'm sorry. So I guess the first thing that's going to happen is, I just remembered the Nisway is actually a tiny creature. So it's like a normal. I'd say it's probably more like a like crow-sized songbird, but it's still like a fucking bird.
Yep.
So having no other viable targets for the song and having used its only sound burst, it trills in a rather pissed off way, and I think with a double move I can still probably get to this one without making a fly check. And yeah, it's gonna make a charge with its a deadly bite.
Getting charged by your neighbor's parrot.
Yeah.
Nope, that does not
Cool.
hit.
Shocking.
Is it a 1d3 or is it a 1d2?
1d3 minus 1.
So it is basically is a 1d2. So it's you're gonna inflict 1 damage. I'll give that to you just for the shit of it.
Yeah,
Manages
it
to
just,
peck into it, and it's like fuck
uh,
off.
What languages does the harpy speak,
Common.
by the way? Okay.
Apparently just
Yeah,
common.
it draws with a bit of the blood on its beak, and it writes in the air in common, look behind you. And as it does that, I'll say that that finishes my second move action, repositioning the chain. So it's got a total of 60 feet, and it's got to make up. Let's see. So it's got to basically get up to 55 feet of height and move that amount of distance. And I'm trying to see if I can manage that. So it was right here. Yeah, moving that distance would be. It looks more like 35 feet because it's
Yeah, I'm
linking the
thinking
two.
it's 45 diagonally, but it's still within that range.
Okay. Cool.
Basically, take the two like diagonal and vertical and split it, and you're usually pretty correct.
All right. Well, then it's all right, and that's adding my CMB correctly now. So
Okay.
that should still be it. Bonus of 14.
We should still have a
That's a
2.
CMD to trip. I don't think a 1 works. So
Don't you get a bonus for flanking? Or no, wait, it doesn't apply flanking,
Well,
does it?
yeah, 1 just misses. So
Oh,
yeah, I spent 2 actions just kind of like looking like almost like I'm like moving some sort of like an invisible puppet and just like plop the chain. It sort of flips over itself in the air and just like flails next to it. So yeah, a whole lot of nothing. Exciting turn.
Well,
That's
the
it.
songbird will get an attack of opportunity
Cool.
as the harpy ignores it. We'll go here. Get it out when it, doesn't have a huge bearing.
Fuck.
Yeah, just Phoenix just looks up in there and is like, they're making it interesting.
I mean, if we hit every attack, yeah.
Yeah,
Wouldn't be as interesting if we hit all of the attacks.
of course not.
So only one of those hits with a 24, doing 6 slashing damage. And that's its turn. Daxius, you are up.
Oh shit. All right. Is Girugamesh still?
No.
I
His
think I'm
turn,
good.
He should have his turn this turn.
Okay, and there's only 2 left. What are we looking? Barely injured and badly injured. I'm gonna save my bardic performances then.
My bad. I realize now the height is a problem for the chain too, because it can only exist in close range. It can attack outside of that, but I would actually have to, presuming this has 5 feet of elevation or so, get on top of that instead.
Yeah,
Which I mean,
it's at least 5 feet. I'm assuming it's closer to 10, which will take a little
Do I-
effort to get up, but that's about it.
Do I have to roll like acrobatics or any climb or anything?
I think climb. I don't think it's a
Okay.
very high because it's like reaching up and just pulling yourself. Well, never mind then.
Can I like hang on the side so I can at least have like part of me to be and that was
Yeah,
illegal
You can dangle up
move.
the side. with
Otherwise,
one flesh arm, one not flesh arm, and just.
yeah, I scramble and scream. Greatly amusing everyone, I'm sure.
All about the performance.
There you go. I got the 4 out of the way for you. That was lurking in the shadows there.
But Daxius, that should provide you cover.
Okay. Is the measurements on them still accurate? They're 60 feet in the air.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I think I'm just gonna dash and get closer.
Okay. Okay. I guess you can kind of slip through there.
I can make an acrobatics check for you.
Yeah. You better climb.
Which one's higher? Acrobatics is easy money.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Easy money.
All right, that's my turn.
All right, Girugamesh, you are finally up.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to take a 5-foot step this way and swing. Oh wait, I'd have to take more than a 5-foot step.
Or you
Okay.
could step back to either side of them and hit the other one.
Oh yeah, good idea. I'll do that.
You can slow your naturals, you just can't do your hammer.
Yeah, I wanted to do my hammer though. Okay,
Hit,
well,
no hit.
I was going for this one.
Okay. Fucking almost.
Actually, you could do your naturals against the top one, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, I could.
Mm.
Of course, we're gonna power attack it. Hell yeah.
Is a miss.
Also a miss.
That is a hit. Yes.
Oh, that's it.
Actually, did we skip Sven?
Yeah, I think we did.
Then I guess we did.
I heard
You
the
got any
drum
errors for
though.
me? I'll let you keep the rolls that you made, though.
All right.
It's no problem.
You already know what I'm doing.
Yep, 3 different rolls. I'm just gonna let you kill that one.
Yay.
This will make this next round really fun. Alright, so then you are able to, as Girugamesh is nailing at it, or at least best he can, he knocks the thing basically upside down and you manage to pepper it twice with arrows. It gives a pitiful cry and then falls to the ground into the grasping, unnatural grass. Is that something you have to maintain? Or is that just there?
I think it's just there.
The spike growth?
Mm-hmm.
It's just there. Like,
Oof.
there's no range, there's no nothing. Like, it just is there for 7 hours.
Yeah.
Well, until the match is over.
Yeah,
Dispel magic is a thing.
yeah.
That's a
Pretty
good
much.
point.
Oh no, you only have the one. Okay. Oh, you had 2. Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, it's just there for an hour per level.
Okay.
And
All right.
Now I think you have to make a fly check, actually. Because then you didn't move more than half your fly speed. In which case, if you fail it, oh no.
He floats
because
slowly
you're
to the
covering a
ground.
fall. Yeah, to hover is a DC 15.
Well, he moved, so it's moved less than half speed.
Yeah, that's hovering.
Well, no, there's 2 different ones. There's move less than half speed and remain flying. It's a DC 10, and then hover is a DC 15.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
So,
true.
technically, it'd be the 10. I think.
Well, like, that's true. They used to have what it was defined in there, but I don't know why it's not there.
On you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
But you do get +2 bonus, and you add your dexterity modifier.
Which fly might already
Oh,
Yeah.
have, if you have the buff on.
yeah.
Yeah, I do have the buff on.
Yeah. And it was actually 40 feet if you have medium or heavy armor, so. Anyway,
Okay.
remember
wow.
that for next time.
Yeah, so just roll fly.
Roll
That's
fly.
Roll fly.
Okay.
It's a skill.
I get a +3 to it, which is kind of funny.
It's already applied to because of the buff.
Oh. I did it.
Nope.
Okay. So that makes you come up with a 19?
No.
Oh, it's not adding the doesn't the spell add a bonus to that?
Yeah, +2.
So
Oh.
8.
+2. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
It's half the caster level.
yeah, I'm kind of presuming how it works, but like it looks like it does say if you failed it you would fall normally, but he's got feather fall, so he don't care.
So
Yeah.
Just fall 60 feet.
does that fail?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
DC 10.
DC 10.
Okay.
It's super possible to fail, especially with like armor check penalty.
Oh yeah, I'm apparently deadheaded.
You're fine.
Well, I guess the spell comes to an end and you slowly float
No,
to the
it's-
ground.
So fly is still active. The only reason that he doesn't basically just turn the jet engines upside down and catapult himself into the ground is because he has featherfall.
Okay.
If fly ends, it catches you like featherfall. Otherwise, nope. Did you fall? Fuck you. take damage.
Or you can just
Take
fly right
potentially
back
a
up.
ton of damage.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Which Girugamesh's ring says, damage, fuck you, fuck your damage.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
Fuck you, I
you
don't
can-
care about damage.
These spells are killing me. I'm so confused half the time. I'm never using harpies again. Holy shit.
Damn.
What do you mean? This has been great.
So
Oh,
whatever
exclusive.
happens to Girugamesh happens to Girugamesh.
So
I,
Do
I
not
think
you're, on
he's.
the, you're on the ground on your feet
Yep.
because you didn't take any fall damage.
Okay.
And I think it doesn't even provoke opportunity attacks because it technically counts as
Correct.
It
falling.
wasn't something he chose to do.
Yeah.
So
And one thing, remember, that you can choose to do is, I think, fail a save, but possibly also a check, so you can just, like, flub it, and then just, like, flick them off as you fall to the ground safely to get away from a full attack. So,
Okay.
it's a strategy.
Vic, I guess it is your turn.
yes.
Before that, I just remembered something. I took damage and I'm concentrating. So I have to make a concentration check.
Alright.
Oh, yeah.
So I already calculated it. I have to make a 19. And
Alright,
silent
guys.
image drops.
So I'm planning on making a new campaign. Everyone has to play a fighter.
And they've all
every
got
enemy
fly.
is gonna fly. Just
That's
fuck
it.
you.
Yep.
Well, we all have permanency of fly on, except we're not allowed to put any skill points into it, and we all have to wear heavy armor.
Yeah. It'd be hilarious.
We spend every
It's like-
turn
it's like
or
wire
every
food.
session doing math.
That's
Yeah.
D&D for you.
Each character is provided with a protractor and some tissues for your tears. Move action. That guy's dead, so I think it would technically be where Girugamesh is, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Technically, it would be on him. So single attack for spiritual weapon. I like that spell. This is the first time I've actually been able to use it.
Dang.
That's
19.
It's very handy.
So there's that. And as a standard, how high is this rock?
10 feet.
Okay. Would I be able to get there with a climb?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I have like 1 point to climb. We'll see how this goes.
I think that passes.
Very, not at all graceful. Just,
Yeah.
Scrambling up.
you
Like watching an old lady climb stairs.
Oh.
know. I guess that's it.
Alright, Furnace, you're up.
Oh my god.
You gonna try and climb up again?
So here's the problem. That spell range, right? It was 5 feet more distance. I wouldn't need to think about doing anything this stupid. But instead, here we
Jump.
are.
Jump and then
So
cast it.
Because I'm currently off the side, right? So I'm going to need to make a climb check either way. So let's just get that out of the way. So I can figure out what the hell my turn even is going to be at this point.
Oh.
Wow, again?
That makes perfect sense. Because, yeah, like, if you're not good at climbing and you don't know how to do it, and then you don't try to learn how to climb things, you probably still suck at it. So, yeah, he just, like, scrambles and is like, like, grabbing with his tail, and honestly, looking like an octopus trying to drag itself up the side of, like, a pier or something. Just having a hell of a time. An octopus would probably not have that much trouble, actually.
It's a
Your tail-
beautiful
So-
visual.
At least a spiritual weapon.
Well, so this is not a spiritual weapon. It is ce n'est pas un pipe. It's Chain of Perdition, which has the hilarious use of getting that dirty trick maneuver off, but I need a move action to reposition it. Otherwise, it can't do anything because it's 5 feet too short of distance to get to that. So I would have needed to make that climb check, get up there, and then spend my move action to move the chain. So the chain is not happening this round, but is there like concentration for casting a spell out of this position?
I don't necessarily think so, as long as you don't have to like move your arms. Or you can
well,
I think you can use your tail as part of your somatic.
yeah, I was like, yeah, wait a second, I can just do that. All right. Yeah, so
limited.
while that's happening, sure, why not? I'll just bother this thing to death. The spiritual weapon as well on it.
Okay.
So we'll give him another one.
Another one.
Get him.
That's right. Harpy, you smart, you loyal. The spiritual weapon's attack is probably not correct.
Wisdom based. BAB
yeah,
plus wisdom.
Yeah, so it should be +9 with 1 from Bless and 2 from oh my god. Sorry, I got a hose leak over here. 1 from Bless and 2 from Divine Favor. So that should be...
Jesus Christ.
Hey.
Yeah, no, it definitely hits.
Okay.
And if your spiritual weapon has a 19-20 crit range, then it would also apply the crit.
That's
your
right.
dodge. So roll me again.
Hey.
Ah, damn.
Technically, that would be a 16 because he forgot the extra 10.
Okay, that actually just missed.
Extra 10.
You only added 2 to your crit confirm.
Well... Oh, yeah, true. Well, it should... Because it's just 8 damage for the initial hit. And Divine Favor doesn't give me a damage bonus on this because it's a spell.
Or no, you have to confirm the critical hit. I thought... Sorry, I'm not with...
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's just confirm. So it doesn't confirm.
Well, I didn't... That's a D8 plus 2, not a D20.
Yeah.
That's what I thought as well at first.
I forgot about confirming.
Yeah, so that would be the damage if
yeah.
it does confirm.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
thank you.
Hey, holy shit.
Roll me damage again.
God damn.
Yep.
He's doing
I
it.
did.
2?
He's doing it. He's beginning to
So
believe.
The 6 is a damage roll.
Is that the...
If you click on it, yeah,
is
you
that-
see it's a D8.
Is it a... If rapier, does it just straight double it? Or is it triple it?
Yeah, it's double. So it's like the crit in this.
Mm-hmm.
It rolls the damage twice.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I was rolling the damage the second time. I forgot about confirming.
Okay, well, here we go.
Yep. Cool.
Critted and confirmed. We've got, I think, 3 of those this fight?
Yeah.
You got one?
I just
Druidess
kind of
got
think-
one. I think Vic got one?
You get a crit. You get a crit. Everyone gets a crit.
I didn't get a crit.
No.
Yeah,
I've hit most of my attacks.
It appears and just sort of slices up as it's forming into the creature's neck and throat, and then does a half turn and kind of spins back off to hold it at a point.
Don't forget the
And
bird.
that's it for me.
What about the bird?
The bird. Oh, that's true. He's so important. Needs to get in there. Yeah,
He
he's
could
got
get
a-
an extra 2 damage.
He's got to fly around. That's true.
This is gonna get the kill.
Do all important.
That hits.
God damn it.
That hits. With negative...
Minimum 1.
Taking a 1. Alright.
One
It
non-lethal
did it.
damage.
It did it, guys.
It's helping.
It's true.
It'll get another attack. There's
Oh yeah.
an attack of opportunity.
honking like a car horn. Which no one knows what that is, so.
That hits. Give me
God
that
damn it.
-1.
Sweet,
Oh!
2 damage!
Hey.
Watch out.
Wow!
No, yeah.
Watch out.
It's 2
Max
damage.
Hard carry.
2 damage. Alright, well, a nice flyby attack against Daxius before the creature moves on again.
Does it have to be 5 feet or 10 feet?
For
hitting Daxius.
For hitting Daxius. No, you standing on the rubble?
Yeah, I'm perched up a little bit because it was up in the air when I got there. So
Yeah. Okay, with a 27, an 18, and a 13 to hit.
the first one hits.
That is 6 piercing bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
Alright,
So-
you are now up.
Okay. This guy is actually. I'm just going to drop the knife, the doubling dagger, which will, as soon as I let go of it,
Vanishes.
the other half vanishes. And I'm going to. What does it cost to pull out a weapon?
it's part of your move.
Or you
It's
move, yeah.
part of my move, so I couldn't move, sneak, and pull out my crossbow and then fire all in one time. I can?
Sneaking isn't an action. It's part of your move as
Yeah.
well.
Okay.
I was just confirming
Or
this
it's-
too because I was like, I think in some games like climbing and maneuvering that way is a different action, but it's just in this one they're just like it's just part of your movement, man.
Gotcha.
Because I was thinking about pulling out a crossbow and shooting myself. Not shooting myself. I don't need to add on to the amount of damage we've taken.
Fair. No, I'm just gonna hide behind this piece of rubble here.
Okay.
Pull out my crossbow, load it up, and I'm gonna attempt to hide.
Okay. Theoretically could beat that. Does not. Okay.
And I will shoot at it with. Hold on. I always forget how rapid shot works. Full attack. Got it.
No, not full attack.
Yeah, I'm not full attacking right now, so I can't do that.
It is indeed a hit.
$14 big old points of damage, and he's also bleeding.
Yes,
God damn.
no, that was the other. Never mind. Yeah, it's applied for this one new.
Yeah, anytime they take a sneak attack. And it happens at the start of their turns.
Okay. Well, I just put it in anyways.
Fair enough.
Or no, maybe it might. Sven, you're up.
All right. We already know what's going on.
All right,
A
how
whole
would you
9
like to do
damage.
this?
Let's go.
I would like to shoot it in somewhere that's lackluster. Like I just hit it in the knee, and that's like just what does it in.
I don't
Not
know,
even
my
gonna put it
guarding
through an
career.
eyeball?
Nah. Because this entire thing has been kind of shit, and it's funnier if I just like hit it in the knee and it's like, bleh.
No, my adventuring career.
Disqualifies them.
I-
No
I-
longer safe to continue.
I rip its kneecap out with an arrow, and blood gushes from the now hole in its leg, and it passes out and falls to the ground or something.
Yeah, it survived, but it technically just dies of dysentery like 3 months from now.
And that brings to the close your basically preliminary bonfire.
As the heartbeat goes down, I want to add a little more. I just really quickly, Firstly, I'm gonna cast Dancing Lights, which I have as a spell-like ability, 3 times a day. And it says I can make it look like a vaguely humanoid shape. Can I make it a vaguely wolf shape instead?
Sure. Whatever. Yeah, I don't really care one way or the other.
Alright. It's not gonna be like bright white lights. It's dancing lights, so I can kind of make it whatever colors I want, I believe. I think. Actually, it doesn't say.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
why not?
Okay. I'm just gonna have it like a black light, like something dark.
Mhm.
And then it like the wolf form will like approach the final like harpy and like and I'll cast Ghost Sound once more to finish it off. And just have it echo out. Fresh meat for me to feast upon. And that'll be it.
The morning star is just like, he's stealing my bit.
Then necessarily spends the rest of the time that it's summoned circling around the outside of the arena and singing its song to fascinate people
Hell
in the
yeah.
audience.
Magic barrier.
Damn!
So the reason why the
Cringe.
harpies didn't affect the crowd either.
Imagine if they did.
Yeah.
What an irresponsible
Bunch of bodies just
arena.
start falling over the arena into the.
But yeah, it still does its best anyway. And Fernix just kind of kicks off of the side of the rocks and tries not to land on any spikes and just sort of dusts himself off while the spiritual stuff comes and floats next to him.
So
Does it seem like the crowd is like cheering at all?
yeah, they're amused by a lot of this. You gotta remember, a lot of this happened in under 30 seconds. So it wasn't like this went on very long in I mean, it felt like that fucking for us, but in game terms. The first 2 kills were definitely very gory and provocative, I suppose. And as you guys are finishing up, the same mage who had cast at the beginning stands up and casts Dispel Magic. So the spike growth vanishes.
And so do all the potions.
All of our buffs. I'd be like, well, fuck.
Yeah, for this, I'm just saying that it is just the spike growth.
Give,
It-
some
it
sort
can-
of
it can be
acknowledge-
targeted.
Yeah,
Oh.
it would be really funny if he just like nuked all of our magic potions.
No. He's a level like 16 or 18 mage. I'm pretty sure he can, direct it.
God damn.
I'm rolling initiative against him. I want to kill him. The
I'm rolling
The XP is too juicy.
I'm rolling initiative against Sven.
Let's save scum that bitch.
Yeah, quick
Yeah.
save.
Somebody press F5.
Speaking of which, yeah, my camera went out.
Oh
Yeah.
shit. Should be able to just close split cam and reopen it again.
No, I mean I didn't charge my phone and
I
that ran
see.
out of battery.
That'll do it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so it's gonna
Oopsies.
be a minute.
Alright, well, I guess unless there's something else we need to be hanging out in the arena for, we just head out.
Raise hand and cheer. Woo! We did it!
We're
Yeah,
the
playing to the crowd.
Gatecrashers. Woo!
All right, and you're able to exit back into the arena, back into the Undercroft to prepare
cast
for what
Spike
comes
Growth
next,
again.
and so on and so forth.
I did want to acknowledge the crowd and bow at them and stuff before we left.
All right.
If Fernix bows, I'll join him.
All right, very good.
Girugamesh is gonna get victory signs.
All right, and with that, the gate comes to a close. The cleanup begins, and this is where we'll end for this week.
Ooh.
Alright.
It only gets harder from here, and not as in harder to run this, harder as in
Harder for us as players, I imagine.
yeah,
I
things that
Ooh.
could fuck your day up.
Bigger numbers.
Ooh, I'm excited.
I'm
Well,
surprised the spike growth didn't do anything really.
It actually
Help us.
hindered you.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Kind of a
I was
bad
expecting the harpy songs to be way more of a problem.
So did I, actually. I was actually planning on what I was gonna do before was I was going to use my counter song, yeah,
Mhm.
to try and break
Yeah, but-
Girugamesh out of it, but I didn't need to.
But you were the one that got grabbed, so
That
Yeah,
would've been a cool
unfortunate.
performance, though.
hmm If I wasn't
Yeah.
the one that was fucking grabbed, god damn it.
so I think protection from evil will work, but only if the harpies are evil, which I'm almost certain they are.
They are.
'Cause
I
they,
would
like-
imagine.
Yeah, they lure people in with their song and eat them, so they're
That's
probably
over.
not good.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, I had potions of protection from evil, so if you're already under the effect, it gives you another save.
Mm.
Which is why
I
I was like
also
noting how that effect works. I'm like, well, the solution for it that we're supposed to be using is it does kind of address that.
His camera's dead again.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Damn.
it's just staying dead now
Yeah.
because it's going
Alright.
to take longer to charge than it'll be necessary.
Yeah, we need to get Unbreakable Heart on somebody.
Isn't that one like just ignore enchantment compulsion?
+4 bonus on mind affecting effects that rely on negative emotions, which probably would work, but if the target is already under such an effect, the effect is suppressed for the duration of the spell.
Wait, if it's just that might just be emotions then, emotion effects.
Or that would force the heart. Yeah. So it applies against like crushing despair, rage, or fear effects. That probably wouldn't have helped here, but I think it's still a good spell.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because what is it? The nice thing is if we have a protection from alignment thing already up, then you just straight up don't. They can't do anything to you mentally that will cause you to be under their control. You can get confusion or insanity, but dominate person, charm person, command, and some other enchantment effects all automatically fail. But if you don't have it and then you get it put on you, it's just a reroll. So it's a first level spell, but it's a nice one. Just it's pretty situational. Like if I thought that I was going to fail, I probably would have tried to drink a potion of protection from evil that we have. So the one other trick that I had to deal with something like this, and just in case, because if we get two monsters that do this in a row, admittedly that would be pretty funny.
No.
The Hound Archon, he emanates an aura of magic circle against evil, which is protection from evil, but in a 10-foot radius out from him. So I can potentially just drop it on someone if we get caught in it. But again, that doesn't really help if it's the same situation where you're like, I can counter song, but I'm the one who's got affected, because it's like, well,
Yeah. Oh, it all worked out in the end, though.
oh sure.
Alright, well, that will be all for this week in the Tales from the Gatecrasher. So, for those of you who have been watching, thanks for showing up, and we'll see you all next week.
See you
Bye-bye.
guys.
Bye.
Oh, I'm so excited.